Dear ministers, dear high-level representatives who are in charge of civil protection, dear representatives of other institutions, NGOs and academia, dear ladies and gentlemen who are also joining us online, I want to welcome everybody to the Regional Civil Protection Forum. Welcome you all to Vilnius, Lithuania. Let me remind you that the forum will aim to assess the current situation and common challenges in the field of civil protection and discuss the possible ways forward. Europe's threat landscape has changed dramatically. I'm sure that this is something that you will all refer to as well. Hence, the forum will focus on three main topics: public warning and preparedness, development of shelter network, as well as mass evacuation with cross-border dimension. We will have the program centered around these three topics, guided by geopolitical realities of today. Each topic will be given an hour and a half, an hour and 30 minutes. So if we want to hear everybody, we will have to respect the time frame, and I will ask you kindly to make sure that your interventions do stick to the schedule as well. There will be lunch in between, there will be a coffee break, agendas from time to time appear on the screens, so you can check that there too. My name is Živilė Kropaitė, I will be your moderator, and I will try to make sure that everything happens in time and everybody has been heard. And without much further ado, I would like to start this meeting with a video message from our Prime Minister, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Lithuania, Ms. Ingrida Šimonytė.
Dear Commissioner, dear Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to open the Regional Civil Protection Forum. It is a very relevant and very timely event. Civil protection is now at the top of our agenda. Russia's brutal war against Ukraine and its aggression against the whole democratic world have set our priorities straight. While Ukraine protects us all from Russia's military incursion, the hostile regimes of Russia and Belarus continue their hybrid attacks, using instrumentalization of migrants, disinformation, sabotage, arson, and other malicious actions. In this geopolitical situation, we must be prepared for any scenario. Ensuring the security and resilience of our population, as well as protecting critical infrastructure, are our major and immediate tasks. To accomplish them, cooperation and coordination in our region are key. We are stronger when we are united. By working together, sharing information, learning from each other, pooling resources, and where possible, taking joint action, we can ensure the security of our populations more effectively. Today, I would like to extend a special welcome to the Ukrainian delegation. Your presence in the forum is particularly significant. We have a lot to learn from you. Thank you for your determined fight, for your courage, for your faith. Let me reiterate that Lithuania will support you whatever victory takes. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish you fruitful discussions, a refreshing exchange of opinions, and a consensus on the key points. Thank you.
Thank you to the Prime Minister of Lithuania. European solidarity in action, keeping people safe in a time of crisis. This is the opening speech by the Commissioner for Crisis Management, Mr. Janeš Lenarčič. Welcome, the floor is yours.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and I'm really pleased to be here with you today in beautiful Vilnius, and thank you, Minister Bilotaitė, for organizing this important event. This year, Lithuania celebrates 20 years of its membership in the European Union, 20 years of unity and cooperation within Europe, 20 years of increased security for Lithuanians. In those decades, near two decades, our continent's risk and crisis landscape has changed dramatically, beyond recognition, I would say. Looking around today, with war raging in Ukraine, it is clear that the situation is extremely serious. And let me be clear, the only way we can continue to keep people safe is by working together. building our collective security, connecting and strengthening national civil protection systems, and ensuring Europe is ready for any eventuality. Many of us recently met in Brussels at our Civil Protection Forum, where we reflected on how much we had achieved together and how far we still have to go to build safer and more secure Europe. And today, we are taking next steps in putting these ambitions into action across this region and beyond. Just like in Brussels Forum, this forum is a space for sharing valuable insights, collaborating to achieve more together, and building more integrated, comprehensive European crisis management. But more than anything, this event is an opportunity for exchange. I will briefly outline 3 practical forms of exchange that I encourage you to discuss today. First, I encourage you to continue building collective resilience at the European level. This includes implementing the EU disaster resilience goals within your communities to build local level resilience, exchanging knowledge and best practices via our UCPM knowledge network to improve our shared expertise, and building your engagement with the EU Civil Protection Mechanism, which is our all-encompassing crisis management tool. In particular, I encourage you to support the strengthening of our shared rescue strategic reserves, because we are safest when we are well prepared. Many of you have already taken steps to make these ambitions a reality, and I want to welcome here Lithuania's role in hosting an EU-funded rescue strategic stockpile of medical items and equipment to protect from chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear risks. This is the first ever rescue capacity in the Baltic region, and I invite others to follow this example so that together we can be better prepared. Second, I encourage you to share your expertise in developing shelter networks. This is one of the key items on today's agenda. To share your expertise with the rest of us in Europe. You understand better, many of you in this region, how very real security threats we face on our borders. And there is much our Union can learn from you, and especially from Ukraine, as the Prime Minister just said, on civil defense and how to protect our citizens from the potential impact of conflict. While the responsibility of building shelters for citizens remains at a national level, it is clear we need to also work cross-sectorally to develop a more efficient and effective Europe-wide shelter network. And third, there is another key item on today's agenda, which is the discussion on mass evacuation. And I would encourage you to discuss this also with the cross-border dimension in mind. The aggression against Ukraine has highlighted the need for a more robust mass evacuation systems. We need to strengthen our preparedness, and we need to strengthen our cross-border coordination and cross-sectoral coordination to ensure that we are ready for such an eventuality. I think that we are already making progress in this ambition. I'm especially impressed by the excellent work conducted so far by the EU advisory mission on mass evacuation, which recently took place in the Baltic states. It shows that we can achieve much when we work closer together. The results of this mission should inform evacuation strategies here and also elsewhere in Europe. And I hope that we will be soon able to look at the results of this mission. It is a fact that our citizens expect more cooperation among us in Europe at all levels, and we must make this expectation a reality. But security requires more than simply putting lessons in practice. It also means supporting those who fight not just for themselves, but also for our safety and for our democracy. And this fight is going on now in Ukraine. And this is why we must continue to stand by Ukraine in this moment of absolute need. In the years since Russia's invasion, the Baltic states, including Lithuania, have demonstrated huge support to Ukraine. Just now, we are working with Lithuanians on the single largest energy offer that has been made by Lithuania through the Union Civil Protection Mechanism for power generation capacity. It involves an entire thermal power plant that we will help dismantle and transport to Ukraine. This is European solidarity in action, but of course solidarity works both ways, and I stress that member states can always rely on the Union Civil Protection Mechanism to step up in their moment of need. The challenges that we face and that lie ahead are larger than ever, but I have faith that together we can build a safer, more secure Europe for everyone. I thank you for your attention and I wish you a successful event.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Further on, we will hear from the member of the Lithuanian Parliament, that is Seimas, Chairman of the Lithuania's Parliamentary Committee on National Security and Defense, Mr. Arvydas Pocius.
Thank you. Madam Minister Bilotaitė, Mr. Commissioner, Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to everyone. And it's a great honor to welcome you to this important forum held here in the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania. I welcome you here in the historical building of our Republic. I want to remind you that this building, the Parliament of the Republic of Lithuania, was defended and protected by Lithuanian people, by Lithuanian citizens in 1991 during the bloody aggression in January. So this is really important historical building, and please, if you have a time, please walk around and see this building, which was really as our defense headquarters during the bloody aggression in 1991. So we are here today because we share a common goal to build a safer, stronger, and more resilient region and stronger Europe. Unfortunately, we do not have the luxury of seeing challenges before us diminishing. On the contrary, they are growing across nearly every aspect of life, becoming more dangerous and requires coordinated and complex solutions. In the neighborhood of our region, military conflicts are taking place on a scale not seen in years, with devastating numbers of civilian casualties, including children. Natural disasters such as forest fires, floods, and hurricanes are becoming more frequent. And we recognize that climate change, along with human activity, is amplifying the severity of these events. Uncontrolled and illegal migration, which triggers humanitarian crisis, presents yet another significant challenge. Moreover, authoritarian states that oppose European values are weaponizing migration to launch hybrid attacks against European nations, aiming to discredit democratic institutions and create fear and distrust. Here in Lithuania, we are especially concerned about the Astrovets nuclear power plant, which is in our neighboring country in Belarus, which is located just 50 kilometers from our capital, Vilnius. It was built in violation of international conventions and is operated by a dictatorship with no independent authority overseeing nuclear safety. I have to admit that we in Lithuania have not paid enough attention to civil protection for a long time. We were more focused on strengthening our armed forces, to strengthening our border security, but unfortunately not enough attention to civil protection. In dealing with everyday challenges, we have focused our civil protection mechanism on unconventional threats. The past 2.5 years of Russian military aggression against Ukraine have focused us to fundamentally reassess our civil protection system. Ukraine's tragic and shocking experience demonstrates that with neighbors like Russia, like Belarus, we must be prepared for the worst-case scenarios. I believe the lessons from Ukraine will be invaluable as we explore the core topics of this forum: population warning system, the shelter network, and the preparation for mass evacuation. Let me also take this moment to share a few words about Lithuania's effort to strengthen civil protection. We have done a lot in relatively short time. Established the National Crisis Management Center, which operates 24/7. We significantly strengthened the protection of the European Union's external eastern border, and we adopted a comprehensive civil protection enhancement program setting out priorities up to 2030, supported by financial resources. We are placing particular emphasis on creating and modernizing our shelter network and population warning systems. Our approach is evolving from basic civil protection towards civil defense, where public preparedness, responses, procedures, and above all, regular training exercises are essential. I am confident that today's discussions and the ideas shared will play a vital role in strengthening our civil protection systems. We must continue to deepen our cooperation, learn from each other's experiences, and develop innovative solutions that will safeguard our people and our nations. I wish you all productive discussions, and I believe that they will contribute to strengthening our readiness to respond to today's challenges. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you for coming to Lithuania and have a fruitful discussions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pietūs. Last but not least, we will move to the welcome speech from the Minister of the Interior of the Republic of Lithuania, Ms. Agnė Bilotaitė.
Thank you very much, dear Commissioner, ministers, high-level representatives, and of course, listeners. It's a great honor to welcome you to the Regional Civil Protection Forum here in Vilnius at the Lithuanian Parliament, Seimas. For our nation, it is a symbol of resistance and freedom. Unfortunately, freedom is something that cannot be taken for granted today. The security situation in Europe and the world has changed dramatically. Russia's brutal war against Ukraine has deeply shaken us. We have heard the terrifying sirens going off in Ukraine cities, seen people hiding in crowded shelters, and watched families trying to evacuate during cruel attacks by Russian shelling. We must never forget the horrors of this war and learn from painful lessons of the Ukraine. Meanwhile, we face ongoing hybrid attacks from Russia and Belarus. Illegal migration, cyber attacks, disinformation, and sabotage is our new reality. The countries of our region are on the front line, and we understand the risk better than anyone. That is why civil protection is more important than ever, and our mission is clear: to protect our people. We have to expect the best, but prepare for the worst, and we must act now. Let's change the way we think, the way we act, and the way we cooperate. Resilience and preparedness have become top priorities for Lithuania, and we have shifted from civil protection to civil defense. Lithuania has reformed the civil protection system, updated legal framework, integrated crisis management and civil protection, and established a stronger link with the national defense. We have educated our citizens, involved businesses and NGOs, and established the position of preparedness officer in municipalities and ministries. The shelter network was created, the warning system was upgraded, and a state-level evacuation was tested in exercises. This summer, our parliament adopted a new national program for strengthening and development of civil protection, and it sets clear and ambitious goals and actions until 2030 and allocates 285 million euros for this purpose. We identified three main priorities. First, public warning and awareness raising. Second, mass evacuation of the population, and of course, shelter system. Via the topics we are going to discuss today. We have already taken action at the national level and strengthened our civil protection systems. Now we have to join our efforts and seek common solution on the regional and EU levels. We need to pool resources, implement best practices, plan joint exercises, and develop modern tools. I'm confident that by sharing our experiences and coordinating our actions, we can be more efficient. In the end, our common goal is a safer and more resilient Europe. Thank you all for being here, and I look forward to our discussion today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister, for your speech and also for being the host of this forum. We will move to discuss the first topic, public warning and preparedness. As it has been said by the Commissioner, we must continue building collective resilience. Do you all consider that a multi-channel public warning system is needed to ensure the warning of the population? Do you believe that a dedicated internet web page, social media profile, or an app developed at the EU level would serve as an effective tool for delivering reliable information? These are all the questions that we will attempt to answer, and we will share the country's experiences, and we will begin again by Lithuania, Minister of the Interior Agnė Bilotaitė, to make Lithuanian intervention on what we are doing more specifically in terms of public warning and preparedness.
Thank you very much. The resilience of society is a key component of civil protection system. And we have two tasks here. Firstly, we must ensure timely warnings in case of any emergency. Lithuania's priority is to develop a modern and centralized warning system. We have a public warning system that includes sirens, radio, TV, mobile phone messages, and dedicated web page. And this multi-channel approach helps reach more people and ensure that if one channel fails, others will continue to operate. In Lithuania, we have more than 1,100 sirens and plan to increase this number to 1,400, covering 75% of the population. And since 2012, we have been using a cell broadcast system. And survey shows that 84% of the Lithuanian population receives alerts messages on their mobile phones. And we are also launching a new mobile app by the end of this year. And I'm very interested to learn if other countries have similar multi-channel system and how they function. More importantly, I would like to hear your views on their interplay between our systems. how can we ensure that alert messages are consistent throughout the region and the EU? Warning people is the first step. The second step is to promote self-preparedness and self-protection mentality, to be prepared for all possible scenarios. Currently, only about half of the Lithuanian population knows how to act in an emergency. Since 2023, we have taken active measures to improve the situation. We launched a large-scale information campaign. We widely cooperate with NGOs and local communities. We created a virtual reality education program for children in schools. And we see the need to invest in awareness raising at the national and EU levels as well. That is why I propose developing joint large-scale information campaigns supported by the European Commission throughout the EU civil protection mechanism. And of course, I hope that this proposal receives your support. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lithuania. We will move on to hear a Danish experience, and Minister of Societal Resilience and Contingency, Mr. Torsten Schack Pedersen, is with us. What about Denmark?
Thank you, dear colleagues, dear Commissioner. First of all, thank you for organizing this conference on civil protection and bringing us together on this very important topic. Let me first make a few introducing remarks and then get back to the two themes that should be addressed. With the current geopolitical situation and with climate change and increasingly violent weather, this agenda has become even more relevant. Therefore, we in Denmark has found it necessary with a more dedicated political focus on civil protection, and we have newly appointed me as Minister of Resilience and Contingency, because it is of great importance to ensure a strong civil protection in Denmark and to collaborate on these issues with our partners. I will therefore soon initiate political discussions in Denmark on how to strengthen the emergency response and preparedness area. But the task is not just for the individual nations. It's important that we together strengthen our cooperation and knowledge sharing on civil protection. What we see in Ukraine only confirms the necessity for cooperation and support in the event of major crisis. Cooperation in the Nordic-Baltic region is of great importance, and even more with the increasingly complex risk and threat landscape that we are facing in the region. These risks and threat can impact multiple nations, which is why this conference is of such importance. And addressing more directly public warning and preparedness, those are two central elements to ensure civil protection. Preparation is essential in order to ensure that a society gets through a crisis in the best possible way. And regarding home preparedness, back in June, we published a folder to the citizen on how to prepare for crisis with simple advice on how to manage your own if a crisis arises. And the heightened risk and threat picture has made it relevant to update communication to the Danish population. And these days, the folder is distributed to the Danish population. Likewise, it is of crucial importance that the authorities can communicate to and with the population in the event of an incident or a crisis. Regarding warning, it is essential that the authorities issue valid and relevant information as early as possible with the concrete advice and guidance, just as information needs to be followed up by frequently and continuously throughout the situation. In Denmark, we have a multi-channel public warning, which is necessary to ensure that the citizen can receive warnings in various ways. This also ensures redundancy in the warning system. And please, I would like to pass the floor to the Director General of DEMA, the Danish Emergency Management Agency.
Thank you, Minister. Let me share some additional information about our public warning systems. As my minister touched upon, we have various channels that we use to warn the public if some crisis or event is occurring. And we have three main public warning systems. We have rooftop warning sirens, and we have around 1,000 sirens distributed out in towns and cities. And with this system, we reach approximately 80% of the population. This is an older system, so that's why we only have 1,000 of these sirens. Then we launched last year a cell broadcast transmitting system that goes into mobile phones. And you don't need to sign up, you don't need an app. It will automatically touch your mobile phone if you're in a specific area. And it's the secondary warning system, and it will always be used in connection to the physical sirens. On top of this, we have emergency messages that the national and regional public service broadcasters are obligated to transmit. That is TV, radio, and so on. And all this is done by the national police. So if there is a situation occurring, the police will start the warning systems. We also have a system for people with hearing loss, and this you have to sign up for this, but then you will get a specific SMS. In addition to the public warning systems, the police also uses X and Facebook to inform the public and the press, because these self-broadcast messages should be followed up by more specific information about what crisis are we talking about, how long do we expect the crisis to last, and so on. Yes, I said that. We tested the cell broadcast system this year, in May this year, and approximately 90% of the population received the warning, the test warning. We are cooperating with several EU countries on the development of this system, and we will of course wish to continue this cooperation. Turning to the dedicated internet page that you proposed, it is our view that in order to have real impact, public warnings must be available to residents, regardless of their media preferences, for instance, whether or not they have downloaded an app or whether or not they follow a specific media or social profile. But there is definitely room for cooperation in the EU level and among member states on developing technologies that member states can implement as part of their public warning system. It could be a very useful addition to the public warning systems to have all information from authorities on one EU webpage. It should, however, hold general advice or information from the authorities and display updated information during an emergency. While the need to inform citizens is international, differences in local risk across the member states speak for individual web pages in an EU layout. This will ensure recognition across borders, but it will also assure that you can communicate to your public in a way that, you know, we might communicate in a bit different way to our public, so it's important that we take that into account as well. In terms of warning systems, EU could play a leading role in promoting a standardized warning format, which would be beneficial if curated at the EU level. As for the EU level recommendations for home preparedness, it is our experience that the approach to home preparedness is different across the EU due to various matters, geography, national risks, etc. Developing a unified European tool for reliable information concerning home preparedness therefore seems complex. However, it would be very fruitful to share experiences and best practices regarding this matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So I understand we have learned from Denmark now, who said that standardized warning format would be beneficial and that there is room for cooperation on the EU level. We have also learned about two figures from the two examples. 90% of the population is reached via cell network, and Lithuania has mentioned 84. Let's see what happens with other countries, and we would like now to hear from Iceland. Minister of Justice Gudrun Hafsteinsdottir is with us.
Thank you. Dear ministers, dear colleagues, first let me say that I am honored to participate in this Regional Civil Protection Forum. It's vital and appropriate time for this discussion as the security situation in Europe due to the war in Ukraine and other threats is challenging. International cooperation has never been more important. As I am sure you all know, Iceland has been posed with enormous challenges these past years due to the volcanic unrest in the Reykjanes Peninsula, with 9 volcanic eruptions these past months. Since 2019, we have repeatedly had to declare a state of emergency in various locations in Iceland for different reasons, sometimes at the same time. We have encountered an unprecedented situation in Iceland where evacuations have repeatedly been necessary. They have lasted for a long period of time, and the authorities have needed to provide or ensure housing for around 1% of the population. We have also been forced to take extreme measures to protect our critical infrastructure with waste construction of protective lava barriers around a power plant and one of our towns. Our preparedness plans and public warning systems have proven essential in securing the safe relocation of the population in mass evacuation ad hoc shelters. In other words, we have witnessed in real time how timely and accessible warning significantly mitigates the adverse impacts of emergencies. Our warning system consists of a number of layers. The Department for Civil Protection and Emergency Management within the National Commissioner of the Icelandic Police issues important information on their webpage. We have had a great cooperation with all national and local news outlets which monitor the National Commissioner's webpage and echo their message almost immediately. Also on the social media. Over 97% of Icelandic population is connected to the internet through computers, smartphones or tablets, and usage of news pages and social media is very common. It's our experience that the government warnings and vital information is accessible to almost everyone in a timely manner, and this facilitates a common understanding of everyone's role in times of crisis. We also use test messages to reach people that are in an area that could be dangerous. The messages are therefore delivered to those who travel through or around the area. Reaching tourists traveling around Iceland is a constant challenge, but we have developed ways to reach them as well. When dealing with the volcanic eruptions, we have been using alarm horns, for example, in the town of Grindavík. This has been successful and has already proven to be essential in alarming the public of imminent danger. We are very aware that resilience begins with the individual, and we believe in fostering a mindset of self-preparedness. Generally speaking, the Icelandic public has trust in public institutions, and as we have seen both during the COVID-19 pandemic and the repeated eruptions. This has proven vital for the preparedness of the population. Due to Iceland's harsh nature, we have accumulated significant expertise and experience in this area that we are very proud of and are more than willing to share with other countries. We have in fact been doing so for the past years. Although our challenges might be different, we can still learn a great deal from each other. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have learned about the mindset of self-preparedness, and I think Lithuania spoke about this as well, self-protection, promotion. Let's see what Latvia would have to say on the issue. With us is the Minister of the Interior, Rihards Kozlovskis. Welcome.
Good morning, dear Minister, Commissioner, colleagues. I'm really pleased to be here in Vilnius, joining to this forum, and of course it's a very important civil protection. But I'm going directly to the agenda for today's discussions, and regarding first topic means that we agree that multi-channel early public warning system is needed. An early warning system for alarm sirens is currently in place in Latvia, which is activated together with the broadcast of early warning information on TV and radio. In parallel to the existing solution, information is also disseminated through social media networks of the State Fire and Rescue Service and the social networks of the other service authorities and the relevant municipalities. In addition, the 112 Latvia APP has been created in Latvia to disseminate information on the nature of the threat and the action to be taken in the event of threat. In order to strengthen the existing system, procurement is currently being carried out in Latvia for the implementation of an early warning self-broadcasting solution to ensure that all existing mobile phones users in Latvia receive early warning information on their mobile phones. The advantage of multi-channel early warning system is its persistence in providing information to the public in the event of a malfunction of one of the early warning channels in emergency situations. Regarding centralized EU internet platform, we consider that such solution would be useful only if it's linked to publications issued by member states. And I think it's a question of so-called interoperability, what we have experienced with IT databases in Europe. It could be challenging that we should and we have to avoid that this information is contrary with information is published maybe in designated member states. And I think that we believe that at the very beginning stage, such possibility to inform all citizens through this centralized information system could be mainly provide general information and advice of how to ensure personal protection in the event of various risk scenarios. That's very brief. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Let's see if we will hear more views on the centralized platform, and I would like to ask for a word from, now let's move to Poland, and the Secretary of State, Ministry of the Interior and Administration, Wiesław Lesnikiewicz, is with us this morning. Good morning, and thank you for joining us.
Bardzo dziękuję.
Thank you very much. I'll be speaking in Polish because I don't use English all that much. So may I ask you for your support and using the headphones. Madam Prime Minister said that we were a community in her foreword. That's why I'd like to thank you for this meeting and exchange of information to build resilience of our societies. We are at the stage of a far-reaching transformation of the entire safety and security system in our country. We are preparing new legislation relative to raising social awareness, and that's why we attach a lot of attention to communication with citizens. This is a key component that you already mentioned to build the right information based on credible and comprehensive information dedicated to the regional relevance, because today that we have a conflict on our eastern border, and every now and then we receive information owing to good cooperation in civil and military terms on the threats from the Russian Federation, because the missiles are already practically reaching the Polish border, and as part of the siren system, a notification system, we notify the residents adjacent to the border, because that owing to the siren and notification system based on text message communication conveyed to the citizens, because regionalism is crucial to us these days. Hence, the information reaches the recipients, and we communicate with those recipients who at this moment can find themselves in the zone of threat. That's why we are basing our communication on 3 pillars that we are also modifying and configuring up to the new realities. The first component is the system of sirens. And today we are at the stage of far-reaching reconstruction of that siren system, because we would like for the sirens to be communicated with the voice communication system, comprehensive voice communication system. One of the key components when we were actually performing, we were taking a new look, is the mode of conveying the first alert, first alarm. And I think it would make sense to have a single mode of siren communication to the whole European community, so that the citizen coming to Poland in hearing the siren should know that this message is related to immediate threat, and that you should try to find any message through another channel, be it radio, television, text message, on what's going on. Because in our country we used to have several notification systems, one about the air raid, another chemical threats, and today we realize we have to have 2 relates: information about a risky situation and the cancellation of the alert. The citizen has to find some other channel to reach the message on what's going on in the country. We have also created a regional warning system based on phone-based communication. And when we wanted to put forward that phone operators should implement the system in mobile phones on an obligatory basis, we confronted social resistance in this respect. This stems from some different conditions. There was no public approval for the regional warning system, which is available today, and actually every citizen has it, that it should be imposed on the phone operators to install it in cell phones, as well as on those who sell those cell phones. I think it would be one of the important aspects, because then we'd be sure that everybody reaches the right message in this respect. And the third component is that is the communication that has to go along with those sirens. These would be messages on TV that via the internet or other publishers, that immediately there would be messages, because today on the TV there is text on the blocks on TV and on warnings. And I think one of the key components would be to have single European message about the imminence of a threat and the cancellation of a threat. So much from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So just to reiterate, what Poland suggests is a single mode of siren communication to the whole European community, single European message to all of the citizens. That's very briefly a brief summary from me, and we will move to Finland now. A State Secretary, Ministry of the Interior, Antti Salminen. Welcome.
Thank you, dear ministers, colleagues. About public and warning and preparedness in Finland. In Finland, as part of the government program, our emergency warning system is being reformed. There is continuous development to speed up the process of launching warning messages, as well as the further development of the technical solutions. As of now, a multi-channel public warning system is in place and considered a useful method for reaching those in danger. Public can be warned and informed by using 2 mobile applications: sirens, RDS radio, locally and nationwide, TV, and some web pages and good old mobile loudspeakers. And actually we have a common test day for these warning systems. It's February 11th, so 112 day. Social media is not used as an official warning channel in Finland, but authorities communicate through multiple platforms. The role of different social media platforms and their responsibilities, so the platform owners' responsibilities in distributing warning information, could be further explored at the EU level. Harmonization of public warning systems and procedures at the EU level is very worthwhile. A mobile phone application as a portable solution would probably meet these requirements best, or maybe could work with the operators in every country, as we discussed yesterday evening. And many other open questions that must be solved, for example, language issues in these common EU-level systems. It is most important actually currently to draw lessons from the experience of our Ukrainian colleagues in this matter when discussing about the development needs of our current systems. Public warning is a priority area that should also be considered in future Union preparedness strategy. Citizens are the backbone of all preparedness. People's awareness and commitment to preparedness is essential for social resilience. In Finland, citizens' preparedness and crisis resilience are at good level, and there are many good practices and models, including our 72-hour preparedness recommendation. Finland is currently developing a handbook on individual preparedness, and it will be published in November 24. The guide brings together a wide range of preparedness and operating instructions from different actors to a single location. The guide discusses both incidents in normal times and exceptional and crisis situations that would have a wide impact on society and communities. It could be worth looking into similar citizens' preparedness projects in different countries. It should be further explored how relevant preparedness information and instructions could be better linked to travel recommendations and distributed to people moving and traveling within EU from countries to countries. For example, as part of SMS-based solutions, as now when you land to the airport, you get an SMS from the operators, but you could have more information in there. And last, but possibly the most important piece of any warning system is that citizens have generally a high level of trust to officials delivering the warning messages. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If I could just clarify, if you could clarify, you mentioned that there are 2 mobile applications in Finland. Why is there a need for 2? Would you expand on this for a moment?
I give this to our subject level expert who knows best. Go on, Pauliina.
Yeah, actually the usually used mobile application is the 112 Finland app, which is quite widely used. This is the one we use officially. And we are also developing, as the State Secretary mentioned, we are developing, according to the governmental program, multi-channel public warning system and also a cell broadcast solution into the practice.
Thank you so much, Finland. And I think that the new idea that we learned during your intervention was a link to travel recommendations, better link to travel recommendations. So thank you for that. We will hear more interventions and we will move to Norway at this very moment. And we will hear from the State Secretary at the Royal Norwegian Ministry of Justice and Public Security, Hans Peter Assen.
Thank you. First, I would like to say thank you to the Minister of Lithuania and her staff for organizing this regional civil protection forum. Cooperation and sharing best practice, but also vulnerabilities, is extremely important. Our ministry has an overall responsibility for civil preparedness and civil protection measures across the Norwegian ministries. The security and the threat landscape in Europe has changed drastically in the last few years, and we must take these changes into account in our civil protection work. The new security situation has identified new hybrid threats, but this was also threats we saw before February 22, but it escalated after the invasion. Now we are handling and facing cyber attacks, foreign direct investments, disinformation, attacks on critical infrastructure, climate changes, and so on. This is the new situation. We support an all-hazard approach and believe it is important that we learn from each other and work together to develop good solutions where possible. Self-preparedness and risk awareness in the population is of key importance, also to credible deterrence and to make sure the civilian side are able to support the military defense when necessary. Since 2018, the Norwegian Directorate for Civil Protection has carried out annual self-preparedness campaigns and issues advice on self-preparedness. Our campaign targets all hazards. New this year is that the advice on self-preparedness also contains advice on psychological resilience and how to identify disinformation, which is extremely important. And that the period in which we expect people to make it by themselves has been increased from 3 to 7 days. A multi-channel public warning system has its benefits as it can ensure an even broader reach of warnings, especially beneficial in countries where cell broadcast may have a lower reach and allows authorities to choose the most relevant and efficient channels for warning dissemination based on the incident at hand. A benefit could be that the use of the more powerful channel, such as cell broadcast, is restricted to the most serious incidents. For many years, the Norwegian Civil Defense has had an air-based typhoon system placed all over Norway as a public warning system. The sirens cover about 50% of the population. In 2022, my government established an emergency warning system, a cell broadcast-based system. The cell broadcast system reaches over 90% of the Norwegian population's mobile phones, and it's very efficient for warning a large number of people fast. This system can also be used at a regional level, and it's operated by the police. And this new alert system has been tested and already used in critical situations. Last year, during an extreme weather situation with a lot of rain, this system can have saved lives. In addition, we also had most municipalities have their own access to a SMS system. We support further collaboration in this area and welcome any tools that are being developed to help us build a resilient society. It is important that we work together to develop good tools that can help us uncovering fake news and attempt a social manipulation. Developing tools and systems can help us delivering unified, reliable information to both local population and travelers is also important. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You said that you would support further cooperation on any tools. Would you have any specific view on the dedicated web page, social media profile, or an app that would be developed at the EU level?
I will hand that question over to the Directorate to answer.
Thank you.
you, State Secretary. We support the development of such a system, but haven't gotten to develop the system for ourselves yet. Thank you.
Thank you. We will hear from another country, another delegation, and we will move on now to Sweden. State Secretary to the Minister for Civil Defense, Johan Berggren, is with us.
Thank you so much. Sweden wants to compliment Lithuania and express our appreciation for this important regional civil protection forum. Increasing our regional cooperation within the civil protection and civil defense fields is important in light of the very serious security situation we are in. In Sweden, strengthening civil defense is a major priority, and there's an imperative need to enhance preparedness in our region in the context of these evolving challenges. And the three topics for discussion today are indeed relevant for all of us, both within civil protection and as important components of a strong civil defense. And I'm very much looking forward to the discussions between us, learning from all of you. I've already learned from you, and not least from Ukraine's experiences facing Russia's ruthless attacks, and to identifying how we can move forward. Sweden welcomes the sharing of knowledge about different ways in Europe on how to strengthen awareness and resilience among the public. Resilience begins with everyone taking individual responsibility and the population contributing to the building of societal resilience together with authorities and other important actors. Sweden does have a multi-channel public warning system in place since many years. Important public announcements are broadcast through state radio, state TV, terminal equipment such as cellular phones and landlines, and via outdoor warning signals. Authorized actors request transmission via 112 Sweden. The Swedish system is used to alert the public in case of accidents, serious events, disruptions of important services, heightened state of alert, and war. Additional channels are the platform crisisinformation.se or krisinformation.se, the state radio app, and the app of 112 Sweden. Sweden is considering whether the cell broadcast technology and the European Public Warning Service EU Alert should be introduced in the future. As regards the work at EU level in strengthening risk awareness and preparedness, Sweden very much welcomes the important work made in risk awareness and preparedness at the EU level within the Union Disaster Resilience Goal number 2, Prepare. We also welcome the work within Prepare EU and the further conceptualization of a union-wide preparedness initiative, such as a preparedness week or days to increase public awareness and preparedness among citizens in Europe. We believe such an initiative should be the main focus rather than developing joint apps or web pages. In terms of our national system, Swedish crisisinformation.se has the mission to nationally compile and convey warnings, alerts, and validated emergency informations from Swedish authorities to the public. There's also a joint number 11313 for persons in Sweden to call to get information, to get additional information during crises. Crisisinformation.se is owned by the Swedish Civil Contingencies Agency, MSB, and has a website, an app, and accounts on Facebook, Instagram, and X. They answer questions about events and crises in social media and by emails, and also refer to the responsible authorities. The information is in Swedish and in English, and during major events, the information is translated into several other languages needed. It is also accessible for persons with functional variations, children, and young people. In this context, I would also finally like to announce that the Swedish brochure, If Crisis or War Comes, published and distributed to all households in Sweden in 2018, is currently being updated. A new version will be launched in November, reflecting the serious security situation and our recent NATO membership. And I know that several other states here are working on similar initiatives, and that's obviously very, very, very positive. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. We will now move to Estonia. Deputy Secretary General for Rescue and Crisis Management at the Ministry of the Interior, Tuuli Raim, is with us.
Thank you very much. Dear ministers, dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to extend my gratitude to Lithuanian minister and all the staff organizing this civil protection forum. But briefly, to move this public warning topic, also we, from Estonian perspective, find it necessary to use different channels for disseminating public warning messages, as it is really crucial to reach different target groups. And also it's very important that this system operates effectively across multiple channels. In Estonia, the development of multi-channel hazard alert system right now is underway. We are at the present using location-based SMS messages, and we are really use this solution also in real situations. When we talk about civil threat situations, warning civil population. We are also using other channels right now in Estonia to warn very quickly our population. For example, we are using crisis website. Also, we have crisis information hotline 1247, and these channels are linked with each other. We are right now, our goal is that by the end this year, we have our new siren network in place. So it covers 65% of our population. We are also working with legal regulation so that we can test begin to test our sirens next year. And the question about this EU-level website, we think that the main question or this question or challenge is what kind of information this EU solution will provide. Because, as we know, when there is a need to very quick alert system, to activate this system, it must be very quick. This challenge is when this EU-level solution is in place, how it will be like used by different member states. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Estonia, and we have now exchanged the good practices and the ambitious plans of our countries. But there is a country that has sadly tried everything in practice, and there are lessons to be learned, and that is Ukraine. So we will hear from the Deputy Head of the State Emergency Service of Ukraine, Volodymyr Demchuk. Welcome.
Hello, colleagues. Dear Madam Minister, thank you very much for providing a chance to speak with you today and to share this bitter experience that Ukraine currently has. Probably I need to use the different word. I don't need to call you dear colleagues, I need to call you dear friends, because that is the proper way to call you. Being here in a safe city of Vilnius is a great honor for me. Being here when the war still goes on in my country is like a great luxury. We are open and willing to share any experience with you just to make sure that you can become stronger. Unfortunately, the situation in Ukraine in the recent days prevented the Minister of Interior and the head of SESU, Andriy Danik, to come to this regional forum. But we will be happy to share all the necessary experience that we can and speak about the really complicated topics associated with public warning, shelters, and others. These are the topics that we are working upon on a daily basis, and we are using those approaches every day, and that allows to save hundreds and thousands of people. Speaking of the warning system, let me very briefly speak about that. Currently, the warning system is very much using different approaches, both centralized and decentralized. You see that it is multi-layer, multi-tier. If you go up, you see this is an automated, centralized national level system, regional and local automated. Sometimes they go to dedicated local systems of warning as well. As of now, the regulations says that if you speak about the information that needs to be delivered to the public authorities, that is the responsibility of the State Emergency Service. If you go lower to the regional level, that would be the responsibility of the local regional administrations that need to make sure that the warning system is functional. And if you go even lower to the territorial communities, there are also some automated systems which are in place. As of today, the information that should be delivered to population and to local authorities could use a multi-channel approach. This could be mass media, TV, communication systems, accompanied with gesture language or sign language if necessary. Some social networks, telephone communication, SMS messaging from local operators could be used, including a cell broadcast technology as well. And one more way to deliver the messages to population is the internet connection, of course, internet in general. Since the beginning of the large-scale invasion to Ukraine, the State Emergency Service has transmitted more than 38,000 signals about air raid alert. And the governmental decision was made to modernize the system all over the regions of Ukraine. And this is something which we are very actively working upon. There is a dedicated governmental program for that with allocated funds. This is the priority number one for us at the moment, to make sure that we have a resilient, sustainable warning system at the national, regional and local level. As of now, we are about to launch the system, and by the end of 2024, we actually plan to have it done. We plan to have it operational. We are piloting it at the moment, I would say, in some regions, and in some other areas, of course, if they do not succeed, they will be able to continue it in 2025. A bit of experience with regards to the cell broadcast technology using the mobile operators. Many colleagues talked about that today. You touched upon that topic. Some of you are piloting and testing that. Under conditions of blackout caused by the Russian missile attacks, the Ukrainian mobile operators made it possible to continue these information sharing and population awareness due to reserve backup batteries. This is one of the questions that you often come across whenever you have a complicated attack and a blackout. We saw it many times, and we want to make sure that our mobile operators can go on and being functional under such conditions. The State Emergency Service of Ukraine, together with the mobile operators, has implemented the cell broadcast technology, as you can see it. And even if you start piloting that, you can see that it starts saving lives almost the very first day. You can see it is very actively used in Kharkiv Oblast, where they have terribly high risk of missile attack. So what does it give to you? It gives you the possibility of sharing these messages very quickly. It gives you a wide scale. You can also use some localization approaches, so you can basically focus on one settlement or one region if you want. and the accuracy is like from 75 to 90 plus percent, depending on the availability of these base stations available in the region. And of course, the coverage is very important. Almost every person in Ukraine has got a mobile phone, and that means you can cover like everyone, almost everyone. So that turns to be very efficient. One more important point is that the system allows you to get a message even if the telephone is turned off, or if you don't have a SIM card, for example, it still accepts the message. And supported by the Ministry of Digital Transformation, there is a Air Alert app developed, and you can basically see a map of this Air Alert for Ukraine. And I have to say that unfortunately, this is the app #1 that people use currently in Ukraine. You go to sleep with that, and you wake up in the morning, double-checking what is that, what is happening there. That's because of the risks, that because of this threat that Russia poses for us. So this alert and awareness system is really something which is very important for every one of us. It saves lives. So probably this piece of experience could be potentially useful for other countries, because that makes people know what are the risks. You can also see a map with a history. You can go, if you want, and double-check what was before. There are 5 types of alerts, like air, artillery, warfare in the city, chemical and radiation threat. Each type has a unique warning sound, and there are also some recommendations provided depending on the type of threat. It was March 2024 when the app started to have information about increased level of threat in some dedicated regions or settlements. That is used when we see that there is some kind of upcoming threat from Shahed kamikaze drones for this community or for that settlement, for example. The development of these apps, as well as other channels for rapid warning, is really a key point, really a key priority for Ukraine in this field. And let me reiterate that people use it. Everyone in Ukraine basically uses that. And this is the tool I would put my stake on, if I could, if I'm about to speak about the strategy of your warning system development. Let me also inform you very briefly that we decided to make another step forward, and currently our information systems like DIA also allows you to get information about shelters available for you. So basically, it identifies the place of your location, your location, and you can get information about the nearest shelter. And when you hear air raid alert, for example, you can double check with DIA what is the nearby shelter for you that could be available. Moreover, some other mechanisms and tools are used, like MyPool, which allows people to quickly inform about threats that they can see. Mine-free, this is the one where people can report about a mine or unexploded ordnance found. So traditional approaches like sirens and loudspeakers, I don't want to go deep into that because they are quite similar all over European countries. And I must say they deserve to be there. They have the right to be modernized, and they continue to function. But the key point, I would say, is these mobile applications. This is because people, modern people, they are quite, digitalized, I would say. And we're trying to put main focus on these applications, on these web-based stuff, etc. Thank you very much for your attention, colleagues. I'm ready to speak to you again, and hope it could be very useful for you. Thank you.
comparing Ukraine's experience. So just to wrap up, basically, sirens, as you say, deserve to be there, but mobile apps are a key point, and there is an air alert mobile app that has 5 types of alerts. Each type has a unique warning sound and then specific recommendations. And also there is a chance to get information about shelters on a different measure, DIA, I think that was called, and several other points of experience that we learned from Ukraine. And let's open this up for further discussion. We'll have several other interventions from state organizations, state institutions, and also NGOs in Lithuania. So I would like now to give word to the Vice Chancellor and the Head of National Crisis Management Center of the Chancellery of the Government of the Republic of Lithuania, Mr. Vilmantas Vitkauskas. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam. Dear distinguished guests, dear hosts, thank you for having this wonderful event. It's a great opportunity to exchange some good ideas and some best practices that we apply in our particular countries. One thing I think is also important to highlight some challenges and problems that we face, and one thing I think our Finnish colleague already touched upon, that was in particular societal resilience, or maybe one element within that societal resilience, which is psychological resilience of our population. And I think it's a very important factor in order for us to make our efforts much more reachable, understandable, and executable, how people can protect themselves, and with the help of authorities, of course, but it's very important personal initiative from each individual. So the skills are important, also some instructions are important, and means of communication. One particular example, maybe from our quite recent experience, was when we had some dilemmas whether we should warn our population when some, let's say, crisis related to weather forecast is approaching. And one particular example we had the last 1 month ago. And we had the dilemma whether should we warn our population or not, because some of the warnings that we had previously, they didn't come actually to existence, and they were recalled, because there is some sort of population awareness not to be threatened, not to be warned too much, because then it causes some disturbance, chaos, and bad feelings, so to speak. So when I listen to examples from Ukraine about 37,000 warnings from the beginning of the war, for example, Lithuania last year, I think we have 27 only, not 1,000. 27, and this year we had only 15, and we still face dilemma where should we warn people. So I think this gap between how societies are prepared, namely Ukraine and us in Lithuania, I think it's remarkable, and this is the area where should we focus to work with population, to get them aware of state authorities, how they are prepared to warn, and then of course instructions for them are quite significant and important to be followed, and to save lives and families and infrastructure. So thank you once again for this opportunity, and looking forward for some other thoughts and ideas and exchanges of best practices. Thank you.
Thank you. Advisor to the President of the National Security Group, Tomas Godlauskas, please.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for giving me the chance to speak. Listening to all the speakers, I would say that we have a collective understanding on warning of our citizens and preparation. I have actually 3 insights from what we discussed here. The first one, I see that the yearly warning and shared understanding, just not before we activating all those systems or procedures, should also be considered in this common and coordinated effort. I would say that initial indication and warning, shared understanding on the situation, on the threats, on the hybrid threats, will be the factor which will give us the time to prepare those systems, to prepare the reserve, and to act smoothly and ready. The second one, I would say that all the public warning systems, and it's the same in Lithuania what we have, all of them are first purpose is to inform the people. The second, I would say, is trigger the action. And when we trigger the action, we have to think what we wanted to do, how we direct people to the shelters, what we will do with them, how we will feed them. And my point is about the actions that all those systems are triggering. And the last one, the interoperability that was mentioned from one of the countries is very important. And if we wanted to create a kind of same or synchronized platform, this interoperability and the same understanding, the same flow of information is very important. And I'd like very much the Finns test day, February 11. We should have a EU test day for this preparedness. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have with us the mayor of Švenčionys district, who is a member of the Council of the Association of Local Authorities in Lithuania, Mr. Rimantas Klipčius.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear Minister, I will speak Lithuanian, so noriu padėkoti konferencijai.
Let me first of all thank the participants of this event for your in-depth presentations. Very interesting. At the same time, I believe that this is a very timely and important forum, bearing in mind the current geopolitical situation, both in Europe and worldwide. I am the mayor of one of the local municipalities, one that has a direct border with Belarus, which is why I can reflect on some of the observations by our residents. Essentially, I believe that 20 years of European membership, 30 years after the Soviet Union collapse, has numbed our society in a way in terms of early warning and preparedness. I sometimes believe that some members of our society do not have a sense of understanding of the actual threat or risks that they are surrounded by. I have to say that the people that are working on information awareness and preparedness of society are working on some very important aspects, but I would like to highlight some of the key points that we should focus even more when it comes to the development of our early warning system. So, on the one hand, I would like to focus on a kind of disinformation that we are working in, which is also influencing our society's preparedness and level of preparedness. Our people tend to hear from Russia, from Belarus, that the situation is okay, that the environment is relatively safe. So, after hearing that, some of our residents become more numb to the situation and fail to see the situation for what it is. Something that we witnessed during the COVID pandemic and during the crisis of illegal migration, during which some of our residents failed to adequately assess the situation. And some of the participants of the discussion this morning has already mentioned that the situation has changed rapidly, and let us not forget that the war has started much earlier than 2014, not to mention 2022. And so there are certain instruments available that we can definitely invoke in today's situation. And so listening to your experience is very important for us. Living in the municipality, in a border area municipality, Cell broadband system is very important. Although it is maintained that we cover the entire territory of our country, we should not forget that the municipality I represent is covered by 60% in forests, and not all of our residents receive the messages, the SMS messages, so not all of our residents are covered by the system. When it comes to disinformation coming from the east, a large share of our population are still affected by this disinformation, because those instruments meant to block the disinformation not always reach the target population. And so the education, strengthened education of our society, I believe, is something that would help to change the situation in our municipality. As for the early warning systems, we have different systems functioning in our municipality, those that are older ones and the newer ones that are cell-based technologies. And I believe that the Ministry of the Interior could definitely take over the best practices from foreign countries and adopt those practices in Lithuania as well. Having talked with some of the specialists, I see that the human factor is still very much in play, and some of the systems may not always work to the fullest extent possible. If there are certain failures, secondary sources of information must be in place. And the colleagues have mentioned that in the event of blackouts, not all of we must not rely on a single very vulnerable system. We must have backups. And when it comes to the information awareness of the people, certain human factors are in play as well. So to avoid this kind of situation, we have to raise the awareness of our population and better inform them that the wars are taking place not that far away from us. So we have to work with our society. We have to strengthen the interaction between the different institutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like to give the floor now to the head of unit at the Ministry of Social Security and Labor, Ms. Aurelija Olendraitė.
Good afternoon. I will use the opportunity to speak in Lithuanian. Labą dieną, gerbiami forumo dalyviai.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, participants of the forum. I thank the Ministry of the Interior for organizing this event. It is very important to speak in a coordinated way on these topics. I am glad that in our ministry we are engaged in close cooperation with the Ministry of the Interior and the Fire Protection Service and other institutions that are responsible and are engaged in the overall civil protection system. I want to share our long-term experience of cooperation, but I will not be taking too much of your time because I want to speak about the contribution of our ministry in this cooperation so that vulnerable people get all the necessary information. The Ministry of Social Protection and Labor observes the cooperation of other institutions with NGOs, so we see that there are a lot of contracts between institutions and NGOs, and we are very happy about that. Part of institutions also informed that negotiations on the help on the contracts with the NGOs should move forward, but we see some progress already. Also would like to welcome this cooperation in the area of early warning and preparedness for people vulnerable. so that it could be accessible to people with different needs in Braille and sign language. The Agency on the Protection of the Rights of People with Disabilities is also responsible for the accessibility of information for people with disabilities. This center informs the authorities on how information should be provided for people with disabilities and on the establishment of shelters. A guidebook for providing information for people with disabilities has been drafted and translated into the sign language. In order to provide timely provision of information to people with disabilities, we ask such people whether they would need help in terms of emergency, and this data is collected in the data storage base which all the authorities can access. I would like to urge institutions to engage in closer cooperation with NGOs in order to have the best results. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. Last but not least, before we open the floor to any questions or comments that you will have, I would like to ask General Secretary of the Lithuanian Bishops' Conference, priest of the Catholic Church, Kęstutis Smilgevičius, to speak on the matter.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, during a long course of history, care for security of members of the society has been a constant element of pastoral activity of the Catholic Church. During many military conflicts and persecutions of the past, churches have functioned as places of temporary refuge and shelters for the afflicted population. The sound of bells has been warning the inhabitants about an approaching foreign forces and exhorting everyone to act according to the threat, to bring to safer places families and sometimes even entire smaller communities. At present, I'm sure we all acknowledge a similar need of timely and precise warning systems as well as information on civil defense of members of our religious communities that comprise a significant part of our society. Catholics, according to the last census, comprise 74.2% of the population. And this is why on September the 13th of 2023, the Lithuanian Bishops' Conference, that represents the Catholic Church in our country, has signed an agreement of cooperation with the Ministry of Interior and the Fire and Rescue Department of the Republic of Lithuania that foresees, among other areas of cooperation, a publication and diffusion of information on crisis management, civil defense, and preparation for extreme situations through means of communication of the Church, as well as a participation in educational activities organized by the state that regard crisis management and civil defense. And this cooperation also foresees, because we talk about warning systems, installations of sirens, of these audio warning systems in some churches, more precisely in towers of some selected churches. Civil defense specialists have already visited all dioceses of Lithuania and delivered lectures on civil defense, on warning systems to clergy and lay people. And these specialists have also been present with information material in all big religious events that draw thousands and thousands of faithful. They proactively approached inhabitants of local communities, instructing them in areas of civil defense, of personal safety, and of warning during military conflicts. A wide distribution of parishes in every region of our country. We have, in fact, 711 parishes in Lithuania. A transparent and clear organizational structure of the Catholic Church, that is dioceses subdivided in deaneries, subdivided in parishes, as well as capillarity of the structure enhances the circulation of verbal information, especially in those areas that are situated further from urban centers. And this specific cooperation with the state potentially renders our society safer and stronger. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And because in the previous intervention, a closer cooperation with NGOs was vocalized, so I would like to also ask for an intervention from one of the NGOs which is with us, Director of National Coalition of Non-Governmental Organizations, Gaia Chavale, if you would like to comment on the need for stronger cooperation.
Thank you so much, and I'm very happy to speak about this topic, and I'll probably switch to Lithuania not to miss anything I want to say, but thank you so much for your sharing experiences. And what I really missed, and probably this is my role to speak about it, I miss the NGO and people in what you said, and I think it's very important, and I'm switching to Lithuanian. Tai dar kartelį ačiū labai.
Thank you once again for sharing your experiences. Cooperation with NGOs, as mentioned by my colleague Aurelia Alandraite from the Ministry of Social Security and Labor, is very important, and this is something that has been witnessed throughout the different crises in Lithuania, those including of COVID as well as others. The NGOs were the ones that were most active and that responded immediately the most. And we are talking about the cooperation different levels, as mentioned by our colleagues from Ukraine. The cooperation takes place at the national, at the regional level. Yes, it is a good idea to sign the cooperation agreements with NGOs, but those contracts must be tested in practice. Resilience is another key aspect. It is important to work with everybody in our country. This is also something that is being done by our partners, but it is not being done to the extent that is necessary. What I still believe is still missing is sharing the experience of NGOs from your countries as well. That is, how you manage to engage NGOs in your countries, what lessons do you learn from that cooperation with NGOs, and what should we do in order to make sure that this cooperation with NGOs continues? Because in the event of crises, that cooperation with NGOs is important. We have to make sure that our people are prepared for those situations. So I believe that the cooperation with NGOs at different levels, since the beginning of the establishment of the systems, continuing to the testing of systems and the actual implementation of the systems, is one of the most effective. So thank you very much for the cooperation so far, and I look forward to seeing greater involvement of NGOs in the future, and hopefully we will listen to some of your experiences of your cooperation with NGOs in the future as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have roughly 13 minutes left, and anyone who is willing to make an intervention, make a comment, ask a question, do use the name tags, raise them, and then we will give you the floor. If there is anyone willing to intervene, make a... Yes, I can see Sweden. Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. I just wanted to, great set of discussions in general, but just the last two interventions from more the civil society side, I think that was very, very interesting. And just to comment that in Sweden, we have from the governmental side had discussions both with the Swedish church, which is doing very much similar things in Sweden in terms of exactly, basically what you said could have been said by our bishop or our archbishop in terms of the role of the church, which has a complete regional coverage or national coverage, looking at churches as a place of refuge, but also as a place of building societal resilience. Obviously there has to be a discussion of the church's role, but nonetheless talking about the need to balance humanitarian needs, but also the needs of defending our values, and also the civil society role, where actually our Civil Contingencies Agency has developed a council for civil society organizations, which meets somewhat frequently to address and also really gather all bottom-up initiatives, grassroots initiatives coming from a host of civil society organizations, whether it's sports organizations or natural organizations that are active in the wildlife. There's so many ideas coming from those organizations, how they can mobilize all their members for civil defense. So I think these are two excellent avenues to continue discussions. I very much welcome and appreciate those interventions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other interventions? We have representatives from academia as well, as far as I know. If you would like to express your views, just give us a sign. Member plates, yes, please, wonderful.
Great to be here. Mantas Bileišis, Military Academy of Lithuania. It's very reassuring to hear the various member states and Ukraine present what you're already doing. One observation, perhaps a question also to follow up on the Vice Chancellor's comment. Basically, the topic we're talking about is a scenario, is a worst-case scenario. Basically, national security systems are like an onion. So at the outside of the onion, you have the diplomacy and international trade, and then you have military deterrence and defense, and then you have these various onions, and then at the very end, we're talking about a family, a person with resilience who has to fare on his own. And the civil protection and defense system might perhaps enable his potential. And when looking into kind of the threat environment, we're now dealing not so much with the topic here. It kind of drifts not so much to natural disasters, but actor-driven, or in state. What's more important is not terrorism per se, but state actor threat environment. That means the onion can be penetrated via various malicious activities. So that's what we see in China-Taiwan situation. That's what we saw with the migration crisis here in Lithuania. But I would like to also point out that there was an interesting episode last year here in Lithuania where there were anonymous calls to schools day in, day out on regarding kind of a possible bombing. What happens is that this risks kind of treating the trust of the population in these systems. So there is this dilemma of a boy who cried wolf issue. And that's also one remark, one observation, but also a question of how the countries are dealing with this issue, kind of resolving this dilemma. Thank you.
Would anyone want to intervene? Yes, please. Norway.
Thank you. Just a short comment from Norway. After hearing the discussion, I will also have a headline that we support the importance of using established structures in the private sector, and we are working in Norway on how we could bring NGOs, volunteers, organizations, and private companies closer in our national security work, because this is it's so important with a huge corporation to deal with this situation. Thank you.
Any further comments or questions? I can see you at the back. Yes, please.
Thank you very much for organizers, so dear ministers, distinguished participants. I'm Artūras Petkus, representing Mykolas Romeris University. And you know, in academia, we are good in teaching and advising. So using this opportunity, I would like to react to very much relevant, let's say, intervention from Estonia, raising question, what will be the use of EU-level warning system. And I thought, what would happen in Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania if we had major crisis? So first step is to warn citizens of those countries. And I believe it's very natural they would go to the topic number 3 of today's discussion, mass evacuation. So it's organized activity. but that would be mass migration. And I think in EU level, it would be great to inform Poland, Germany, Czech Republic, other nations that, look, if there is warning alarm in those countries, you could expect a flood of people and you should prepare to give them shelter and provide support. So I think that's the benefit of EU-level warning system. Thank you.
Would I just be able to clarify, do you not think that the media, traditional media channels would not be enough to complement, to implement that mission?
Thank you. Good question. So media always is ready to support government, but why do we establish governmental system of warning? It's the most trusted system. So when it goes from government to government and it's trusted information, I believe it works best, because with all respect to the media, sometimes they're looking for, high influence on society and some profit from their activities, and sometimes they look at things from different angle than government does.
Thank you. Would there be any other views on that, or any other aspects that have been discussed? Yes, I can see you, Estonia. Thank you.
Just a very short comment on what was previously put on the table, that when the first step, when we talk about mass evacuation, is actually the mass movement of people in Baltic region, also Nordic region. And the main challenge is how effective we are communicating or giving information to the population nationally, but also between our countries, because this is the first step before we are talking about mass evacuation. So just and I really agree what was pointed out previously. Thank you.
Thank you. Any final comments or interventions? If not, may I just double check with Ukraine, with the Ukrainian representative? When you spoke about mobile being as a choice number one, apps rather than sirens, would you maybe comment on the elderly, the situation with older people? Does that then mean that even they prefer to use apps rather than other methods? Would you just comment on the situation with the different groups using mobile apps?
Well, thank you very much for your question. At the moment, we can talk about that level of digitalization that even elderly people in Ukraine use mobile phones. And it is not only a matter of these mobile apps to be used, but short messages could be used, SMS could be used, so you don't need to have a modern telephone, you just need to have any mobile phone, and you will just get an SMS. Almost all people, like 98+% of people in Ukraine, even the most elderly, they have a mobile phone. So probably that is the best coverage you can have using the mobile applications and approaches. And the statistics that we have says that that is actually the best approach. Of course, I agree that some percentage, especially among elderly people, they might not have a chance to use these modern appliances, and they might be not covered. But for that, you have some other channels. And of course, as of today, we're trying to implement various approaches and multiple channels, especially when you are talking about areas where the active warfare is taking place. Probably you don't have any mobile connection there, but you can use police units. You can use rescue units with loudspeakers. Sometimes we even get down to door-to-door visits to the households. That is all about complementary approaches and steps to be made. You can't develop a perfect system anywhere, so probably you will need to have a backbone, and then some additional complementary approaches could be used, including, loudspeakers, including local authority representatives in the communities, which could be used as well. That was very interesting to hear about the experience of church, which is very interesting. That is something that serves as a complementary approach. Thank you.
And just to conclude in a few sentences, we would have to say that probably in most of the countries, multi-channel systems to deliver warnings are used. Some countries are updating their systems. We have also discussed that in the case of hybrid or armed conflict, it is very important not just to provide accurate information, but also to ensure the resilience of critical communication entities and warning tools, as well as to tackle disinformation. We have also talked about the importance of strengthening psychological resilience of the population, building trust in public institutions as well. I think we have clearly agreed that risk identification and early warning they do improve the ability to mitigate consequences of the crisis, and common EU measures are to be considered and encouraged by many of you. We have also learned that in the case of Ukraine, mobile apps have become key rather than sirens, for example. We will discuss in the upcoming parts the development of shelter network, and also we have briefly touched upon the mass evacuation, but we will discuss it thoroughly in part 3. There are some minor adjustments in today's agenda, meaning that now after a coffee break we will come back at 11:20 and we will begin lunch later at 1 p.m. So that's the logistics. So now enjoy your coffee and do come back here at 11:20. Thank you very much. I want to welcome everybody back. I hope you enjoyed your coffee. Thank you so much for coming back to discuss shelters. Do you believe that a certain level of harmonization regarding shelter system would bring added value? This is one of the questions that we will raise. Do you consider that the EU financing would significantly enhance the capacities of the member states to develop their shelter systems? Also, how can private and non-governmental sector be incentivized to contribute more to the joint effort of developing shelter systems? These are the questions that we will raise during your interventions. In this particular part of our meeting, we will begin with Ukraine because obviously, again, it has practical experience, and then we will move on to Finland because after the Cold War, shelters were not preserved in many countries, but in Finland they were, so it will be very interesting to hear from Finland. We will move on with the Baltic states because the ministers at some point would have to leave to a press conference, and then all other delegations will follow. So let us begin the interventions and let's see what we have to say on shelters. And as I have mentioned, we do begin with Ukraine. The floor is yours again.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues, for a chance to speak about Ukrainian experience in this key point, I would say, that goes right after awareness and information systems. Unfortunately, the majority of available shelters in Ukraine were built back into 1950s, 1960s, and the condition was not good, I must say, and it could cover only up to 10% of the population. And I can say that these were mostly some special groups of population, like people working in some dedicated facilities. That was the situation before the war started. Unfortunately, the government thought, the management, the leadership of the country thought before the war that we were quite a peaceful country, so we don't need that. We have to say that during the intensive construction in the urban territories, the issue of shelter was often skipped and omitted, and the construction companies basically didn't want to spend their funds on that. The situation brought to the following: the need in shelter was 5 times higher than the actual capacity. Based on the experience that we got from Donetsk and Lugansk Oblast back in 2014, the State Emergency Service of Ukraine, the SESU, decided that shelter is actually a very effective means for protection of people. And you really want to protect people from conventional weapons in the first place. That means they need to be very close to the place of your people staying, because you want them to take cover as soon as possible. Most effective distance would be 1 or 2 minutes away from the people right after the air raid alert goes off. And that is experience that Israel has as well. The practice showed that the people in the condominiums built in the recent 20-30 years, these are most protected. This is because, there are very many buildings that do not have any sheltering capacity, and it cannot be repurposed. And that is unfortunately associated with the problems in the regulatory framework, which was effective before the beginning of war. Let me briefly speak about what we have started to do, starting with the amendments to the regulatory framework, of course, in the first place. So we basically introduced some technical norms into the development and construction of shelters. And the backbone document for civil protection is the so-called Unified Civil Code for Civil Protection. So the given piece of regulations outlines the roles and responsibilities of the national, regional, and local authorities. There are also some bylaws that make it more detailed with regards to shelters. Like there is a decision from the government that outlines that this is the Ministry of Interior and the State Emergency Service of Ukraine are the authorized agencies to develop and implement the state policy in the field of civil protection. Moreover, there are some other orders from the Cabinet of Ministers that identifies some organizational aspects of making it possible. Requirements for registration is regulated by the order from the Ministry of Interior. The norms of construction have been developed and implemented by the State Agency for Construction. Please pay attention, the given norms have been revised during the large-scale aggression, large-scale invasion. The Ministry for the Development of Communities and Regions was also involved into that. We also have taken into account some analytical conclusions on behalf of the military forces, and we came to conclusions that the given construction norms need to be strengthened. Well, that led to strengthening of these requirements to construction of shelters, and that led, of course, to higher level of expenditures on that. But that is the requirement of today, taking into account the means which are used by the Russian forces. At the regulatory level, we have also identified some other premises that could be used as shelters. We have also updated the list of these requirements during the construction of new sites, of new premises, including those for condominiums, for healthcare facilities, for living premises. And now, basically, other facilities, they are supposed to provide shelter not only to their staff, but also to other people around them, to passerbys, for example. And one can use different types of shelters. And we have prepared some practical guides and recommendations with some technical information that could be used by the local authorities in their activities to prepare their shelters. Well, the aggressor has been violating all the possible international laws of war. Since the very beginning, 350 were destroyed and more than a couple of thousand healthcare facilities have been destroyed. Very many firefighting and rescue stations have been destroyed as well. They don't care about any labels or marks or international signs. They just don't care. The national and local authorities make it possible to use like a double-purpose premises, which could be used as a shelter after preliminary examination of it. It could be used for different, to host in different categories of people, let's say those working in the factories, different facilities, people staying in the condominiums, etc. The local authorities, based on the recommendations, together with the SASU units, in order to increase the number of such shelters, have conducted some dedicated inspections of the premises available, like basements, parking lots, and they double-checked if it could be used as a safe place, as a kind of a shelter premises. We are using interactive maps to show such places, to show such shelters on the map, to make sure that people know where they are located. We also have this information available, using different channels. We use signs, direction signs, like the shelter is there. And since the beginning of this work, a lot of activities have been made to make sure that people can stay there for a long time. So it's about electricity supply, it is about places to sit, to lie down, some water supply, communication means mostly internet connection. And due to these efforts, we have increased the number of shelters from 21,000 to more than 60,000 of shelters available. That allows now to host up to 56% of the total population of Ukraine at the moment. In order to improve the level of protection for population and staff of the facilities, some regulatory amendments have been made. The technical things that have been implemented actually try to reduce the potential impact of blast wave and other factors of impact. We have also worked upon some technical decisions within the educational facilities, like hospitals and universities, to make sure that this educational process can go on. A lot of such activities have been implemented in the western regions of Ukraine, where the situation allows to do that, and there was a dedicated governmental decision made on that. Availability of these safe spaces would be able to enhance the level of protection, level of safety, and also to host more pupils in school. Special focus is paid to safety of students and pupils, as well as visitors to educational facilities. A lot of support to do that was provided by the international colleagues, including your countries, dear colleagues. And a lot of repairs and refurbishments have been made due to support from international colleagues and international donors. We are very thankful for that. And very symbolically, we call these schools like Ukrainian-Lithuanian school, for example, or many other names are used like that in many localities. In order to provide proper financial support for these activities, there is a subvention from the national budget to the local budgets to make sure that the proper work can be continued. So basically I can say that the local authorities can continue doing this work. There is a financial support to go on with these safe places and shelter construction. In order to stick to the regulations and make sure that people are properly incentivized to do that and motivated to do that, there was criminal and administrative responsibility for improper maintenance introduced. And we also worked upon the issue with criminal responsibility if the owner of the shelter does not allow people from outside to get into their shelter. We have had a tragic situation in Kiev city, for example, when in one of the healthcare facilities, the guard did not let a woman with a kid to go inside the shelter, and they were both killed as a result of shelling. So that's like a very relevant issue to work upon. And I guess that these amendments to the criminal code implying the criminal liability for such actions could be implemented soon. The shelters really play a very critical role for protection of population. They need to be pretty well standardized. And definitely the context needs to be taken into account. We focus on mobile shelters, protected, safe places. This is where you want to have standardized decisions. And this is something which is widely used in Ukraine. I think potentially it could be used as a good piece of experience for other colleagues. I have to say that the system requires continuous improvement. And that means it needs continuous funding. So probably the additional financial support on behalf of the European Union to the European member states would be a good idea. Let me also mention that private and the NGO sector usually does not want to use their premises for shelter purposes. That is because they need to, stick to some requirements, they need to refurbish it appropriately, and they don't want, strangers coming to their premises. These are the problematic issues that need to be worked upon, and I think that is not only the Ukrainian feature, but also that is a situation that you may come across in other countries. The private sector, sees the situation a bit different. So maybe some motivation or incentives could be provided to the owners of these shelters, some preferences or some, additional financial incentive could be used. Under the martial law condition, it is much easier for us to cooperate with the local businesses because usually it requires only the decision of the local military administration head, and it becomes mandatory for everyone. So if you are a local business, you usually do not come into conflict with any of the local authorities or national authorities with regards to shelter issues. But I agree that if this is a peaceful situation, probably business would have a very different opinion about that. Thank you very much for a chance provided to share our experiences, and we're ready to continue our cooperation. Thank you.
I would say your advice as well. Just to summarize, I would say that you said that back in the 60s, shelters could cover up to 10% of the population. Currently, 56% of the Ukrainian population could be hosted in shelters, in figures from 21,000 to more than 60,000, and that obviously required amendments, revisions of norms of construction, and obviously higher levels of expenditure. Responsibility for improper maintenance was introduced, which was very interesting to hear, and also continuous improvement and funding needed. So that's a brief summary of what you have said. Thank you so much for sharing it. And as I said before, we will move now to Finland, that never actually removed shelters.
Thank you. Ministers, colleagues, friends, Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine and the change in security landscape in Europe underlines the increasing importance of protecting our civilians. For Finland, this landscape changed 8 years ago. Civil defense shelters have been an important and long-term investment in Finland's comprehensive security. Finland has a long history of building civil defense shelters, and we have been able to build a system that has lasted for decades. Civil defense shelters have become an important national asset. Finland has a strong expertise and many best practices related to this area. including companies, so private companies that specialize in this field. It is good to bear in mind that walls alone do not ensure protection. Civil defense shelters need to be maintained, repaired, and updated. We see that the best way to ensure this is to develop a system where the shelters are part of daily life and there are clear guidelines and processes on how to take the shelters into use when needed. For example, we're in Finland, our shelters are used in daily life as hockey rinks, swimming pools, etc. And of course, the most common uses in apartment buildings would be a storage space or parking spaces. The construction and maintenance of civil defense shelters are the responsibility of property owners in Finland. The obligation of property owners to build and maintain shelters has been instrumental in creating Finland's network of shelters. We have a comprehensive legal framework to support this. This is also a good approach when you think of investing and the budgeting side. This doesn't mean our system is complete. We feel sometimes it's far from that. In recent years, we have also examined our current shelter system and identified shortcomings and key areas where development is needed. In accordance with our current government program, Finland is examining the possibilities to improve the civil defense shelter capacity. It is important to bring these questions also into discussion at EU level and hope to see them reflected so in the future Union preparedness strategy as well as in the upcoming multi-annual financial framework discussions. It's important to note that preparedness starts with the individual. We must ensure that citizens have the right mindset and attitude towards preparedness. Raising and keeping up awareness should be done at all levels, at all times. We have many good experiences from social media campaigns and bringing preparedness information to school through our preparedness training programs. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Shelters are property owners' responsibility in Finland, and that's one important line of information that you have shared with us. Thank you for your points. Thank you for your sense of urgency as well. And we'll move to the Baltic states now and hear what they have to say. The Minister of the Interior, Agne Bilotaitė, the Minister of Lithuania.
Thank you. In 2022, we started building a shelter system from zero and using Finnish and Ukrainian experience. We now have over 4,400 shelters, which can protect 40% of the population. 22 municipalities out of 60 have already reached the required number of shelters. A new law requires to install shelters when building all new multi-apartment and public use buildings. They aim to provide shelters for at least 50% of the population by 2027. Considering international experience, we also plan to establish free shelters levels based on resistance. Faster development of the shelter network requires significant funding, and our national program for strengthening and development of civil protection allocates 77 million euros for shelters by 2030. And we believe that European Union funding could significantly contribute to this costly effort. That is why I would like to invite the European Commission to explore possibilities for financial support for shelter systems. Especially in member states, where preparing for military threats have become a part of a new reality. Perhaps in the future, the EU could also explore the idea of common shelter standards. We invite the upcoming Polish presidency to consider initiating such discussions. Aligning our civil protection measures could ultimately strengthen Europe's resilience. I would like to add that the expansion of the shelter network is not just the government's responsibility, it's up to individuals, businesses, NGOs, and everyone to do that we can. In Lithuania, citizens are encouraged to set up their own shelters, and we have provided guidelines on how to do it. And we actively exploring opportunities to involve the private sector, communities, and even churches, because our common priority to protect our people. For that, we need to use all available resources. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bilotaitė. So the EU funding, Lithuania thinks, could significantly contribute to the costly effort of building more shelters. And there was a call on the European Commission to explore the possibilities. The idea of also common shelter standards was raised, so we will get a chance to ask Poland whether it plans to start discussions during its presidency. But for now, let us move on to Latvia.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we are going to answer to the question.
Thank you.
And we consider that it would be useful for member states to establish uniform minimum protection requirements for shelters, as well as to specify the threats to which these shelters are intended. Since the creation of shelter for the threat of war is less relevant for countries beyond Russian border than for those in Eastern Europe. A uniform approach would ensure the same general requirements for shelters according to risk assessment. It would provide for the types of shelter against radiation or storms or other threats, the type of building in which shelters are be constructed, as well as the requirements that the shelter must provide for its visitors, such as the appropriate requirements for ventilation, the number of exits, the area per person, and other functional perimeters, leaving the member states free to fulfill these requirements by establishing internal legislative acts, for example, by issuing the relevant building codes. We consider that EU funding would significantly improve the shelter system in the member states, especially considering that the requirement to establish shelter is imposed on the private sector, which imposes an additional financial burden, and the final product recipient, person buying a flat in a multi-story building. And that such additional EU funding would therefore motivate the public sector to design and build buildings that meet and incorporate shelter requirements. Similar to improving energy efficiency by heating buildings or promoting alternative energy production. Support program for solar panels, and batteries that store the energy produced. We believe that first of all it would be necessary to improve communication with the private sector and society, creating an understanding of why the shelters are needed and why the private sector actors should directly invest in creation of shelter system. Secondly, it would be useful to assess the tax relief system for the establishment of shelter, as well as a special support program for residents who intend to buy apartments or buildings in which there are shelter, similar to how it is in Latvia with the Autumn program, which allows to reduce the amount of the down payment when purchasing properties for certain groups of society. And finally, just information regarding all current capabilities. Now we are also going and evaluating our capacity with existing, I would say not shelter, but maybe place where the people could find the safe situation if it's needed, if threat is coming from military threats that we are estimated that within, I hope, within the 2 months we will finalize it, and if it will be as the same, that we will be able to cover approximately 600,000 people in Latvia. Now it's, but of course, we need, as I mentioned, this motivation for maybe renovation such places what is capable to be as shelter. But yes, it's also really important that we maybe to find any support also from Europe in whole. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. So similarly to Lithuania, Latvia also thinks the general requirements for shelters would protect them from threats, and also EU funding would improve the shelter system. There was a stressed need for better communication with the private sector and society. And if I understood correctly, tax incentives for people buying buildings with shelters. Let's see if Estonia agrees with all of that.
Thank you. First, I would like to give the floor to our Director General to give a brief overview of what is the situation in Estonia.
Thank you very much. Definitely the question of harmonizing this area when we're talking about shelters is among the topics today on floor the most difficult, definitely. I would like to point out the 3 political decisions made in Estonia. 30 years ago, the political decision was not to maintain and not to develop the shelters we used to have, although these shelters were meant only for the government, the municipal governmental level and industry. So there was not much to abandon. 10 years ago, when the war started in Ukraine, another political decision was made that we are not going to develop the sheltering system. And 2.5 years ago, the decision was made that we have to move, and we have to move quickly. And then Estonian Rescue Board got the task to identify and mark all the possible places where people can go to shelter, when people can get at least some kind of protection. And so far we have marked and published the shelters for 12% of the population. We are moving on with this so that the public shelters, we're talking about the public shelters that are reachable from the street, and we are going to move on with 2 main directions above these public shelters. One of these is that taking the role model or example from Finland, we are setting the legal requirements that mandates the construction of new buildings, especially larger buildings, that they have to have shelters. And another part is that all the existing shelters or all the existing buildings must make a plan and adopt some kind of special construction changes or added things to the buildings so that everything can be used for sheltering purposes. And we're also doing quite a lot of cooperation with industry, private sector, so we are not counting just public places. Most of the public shelters at this moment are from the municipal level, but also we have already quite a lot of private level or private sector buildings that are used for public shelters. So now I give the floor to Tuuli.
Yes, so right now in Estonia we are working very hard to have in place legal requirements for shelters in new buildings and shelter places in existing buildings. And we are also looking and considering various ways to support the construction of shelters. And this support does not necessarily have to be always financial. Our businesses have pointed out that significant assistance and motivation could also come from easing some various bureaucratic restrictions and so on. So we are working on that subject. So the question about funding, EU funding, Estonian perspective, we believe that of course, EU member states bordering Russia are in very unique position regarding the need of shelters. And we must ensure that public shelters are available not only for residents, but also for tourists and long-term foreign visitors. So therefore, the establishment of public shelters could be the topic for EU-level funding as well, as it would be provide added value for EU citizens. What I would like to highlight that in Estonia, we have taken the approach of including the creation of a shelter as an eligible activity within as a part of EU funding meant to improve energy efficiency in apartment houses. And the message, our message for our public and stakeholders is that when you renovate your building to enhance energy efficiency, you should also create a sheltering place. In this way, this is one way we are already partially utilizing EU funds for the establishment of shelters, but of course there is a need for and room for look other possibilities for EU funding. And the last topic or question about harmonization, this is something that from our side, we see there is a need or room for further discussions because, of course, the risk picture in EU's member states are different, and the need for shelter is a national decision, but of course, there might be some room also for harmonization. However, for our point of view, it would be very useful to have a cooperation framework at EU level on sheltering issues. As we has already mentioned, Finnish model is of course is very good model for us. But sharing and exchanging information for between different countries would be very beneficial from our point of view. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So a call for use of a cooperation network for shelters, and I think we can now conclude that all of the three Baltic states have quite a harmonized view on the common system in the EU, and that it would possibly involve EU funding was expressed. So thank you for the Estonian approach, and we will then move to Poland, please.
Thank you very much for the next very interesting discussion on sheltering facilities. It goes without saying that there are many countries that are around the table that have not forsaken the process. I'm looking at Finland, at Norway, because I must admit that in our case, during the peacetime, we have forsaken numerous sheltering facilities dating back to the 50s and 60s. Today, they are practically unusable. And I remembering with one of Norwegian colleagues, because as early as 2014, Norway returned to the sheltering system. We have slept through the system. I must admit that openly. Only in 2022 did we start to look at it in a more systemic way. I was only worried by the fact that the public discussion relating to civil protection mostly focused on key sheltering facilities. Ukrainian experiences show one component. Firstly, people after the first evacuation return to their places of residence and work. Hence, the protective facilities in large cities are of key importance to us to build their resilience through a new approach to the entire system. In 2020, the National Fire Service performed a comprehensive check of all the facilities that could be used as a minimum protection for the population, paying attention to three key components. First of all, the minimum resilience of the facility to, for instance, even shrapnel or shelling attacks. Secondly, the possibility of evacuating from several places, and thirdly, the ventilation of the facility and the minimum social protection of those people. Sanitary protection of those people. And a map of ad hoc sheltering places has been drawn up that could be used in the case of a possible attack. This is still not what we are aiming at, because right now we are in the process of notifying the regulation that will define technical facilities, splitting them into shelters and sheltering protective places. And we would like that all the facilities to be built by all sorts of entities, including private entities, to meet minimum security and safety standards for the buildings built. It was not confronted with a wave of criticism. Quite conversely, the response was waiting for funding. We have a map that was it also faced some wave of criticism, but at least we have a starting point. Another important component is building in-house or shelters adjacent to residence areas. This is something that I saw in Finland once. Not all possibilities have subterranean facilities, and it's important in such a way that firefighters could be able to reach people trapped there, to avoid a situation where the sheltering place would be their ultimate final shelter in their lives, so that they could just reach them. This is also one of the key components to build safety and security in such a way. We would like to achieve the 50% standard for the population. Today's statistics show that we have a very large proportion of the population protected, but this is faulty, because in larger cities we have a greater proportion, smaller localities. Cooperation with our neighboring states are very important, because near the borders adjacent to the Russian and Belarusian border, because that's where we would like to create the facilities for the population. And now relating to the facilities connected with funding and communication about this. Thank you very much for the inspiration to deal with it during Poland's presidency, Madam Minister, because we know that we have instruments connected with communication, with reconstruction. We also have preventive mechanisms. And I was just wondering if we shouldn't just build it in the way that the European Defense Fund is built, to put forward the European Resilience Fund and possibly find the source of financial support in the new financial framework to build resilience, starting with sheltering facilities, providing with energy, and building stocks to be launched in crisis situations if need be. So these would be my reflections, building on the experiences of those countries that have not forsaken the efforts to build sheltering facilities. One more important thing, the dual use facilities. It doesn't necessarily, that's a good example, it doesn't have to be a shelter per se. We are creating an instrument in Poland to create, to enhance the economic potential. We have financial resources to rebuild the shelters. Local authorities are key in this respect. They have to find the locations and the openness to all the residents, all the citizens, which means that we are implementing a mechanism to open them to the public if public money is invested in a facility. So we're talking about unconditional openness of such a facility to those who would like to use it. So this is the role of local authorities. We are creating the framework, and it's up to local governments to perform that. Thank you very much.
Fund as an important financing option that you mentioned, and also the role of local authorities. We will now move to I want to summarize them and call them Scandinavian countries because they are, and we will first of all hear from Denmark.
Well, thank you. Many factors are central and important to ensure civil protection. And in order to support a safe and secure society, it requires focus on society's overall ability to handle crises and disasters across the entire country, as well as preparedness. This is something that I will bring on to the table during the upcoming political discussion in Denmark on how best to strengthen the emergency response area. Shelters are an important element to protect the population in case of a military aggression. Even though there is no direct military threat to Denmark, we face a more complex risk picture with an increased risk of hybrid attacks. Therefore, Denmark has just completed a survey of the total numbers of seats in shelters and secure rooms to make sure available data is updated and validated. I look very positive on initiatives to strengthen knowledge sharing, on preparedness and planning regarding shelter systems, and to discuss these matters further. And I would like to pass the floor to the Director General for DIMA.
Thank you, Minister. And let me echo that a further sharing of experiences between countries could be of great value, as different countries have different levels of preparedness and are planning, and also planning regarding air raid shelters. In Denmark, we have counted the seats, as the Minister mentioned, and we have approximately 3.6 million seats for approximately 6 million inhabitants. However, the conditions vary very much, and these rooms or shelters are used for different purposes, storage, sport facilities, wine cellars, etc., etc. So it needs a lot of work for these rooms to be shelters as such. We are not counting the metro station and facilities like that in the 3.6 seats. So, and another thing is that the seats are not necessarily placed where the population would be most. So it's but we are in the beginning. In regard to sharing knowledge and expertise regarding technical and structural requirements for air raid shelters in the different countries, it could be highly useful. Furthermore, we believe that agreeing on a framework for the terminology for shelter systems could be useful. Such a terminology should of course take into consideration that different countries have different standards, different regulations, legal framework, etc. A common terminology would make comparison between our countries much easier. We experience a great interest from the public, from the press and so on, regarding the number and the quality of our shelters. And how are they compared to other European countries? It would be a good thing if we could compare our facilities. Finally, we believe that a coordinated military assessment and a military view on air raid shelters in a modern conflict and war could be a fundamental aid in the planning of air raid shelter preparedness. Regarding EU financing, it will likely contribute to the progress of the mentioned initiatives. These initiatives could be put into action through activities such as evaluation reports, drafting common technical specifications, workshops, a conference on air raid shelter preparedness, among other things. Finally, the involvement of the private and non-governmental sector is crucial to the development of the air raid shelter area. This involvement is especially relevant regarding the structural requirements for air raid shelters, for instance, when building new infrastructure. And here, the legal framework, of course, is also very important. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for your ideas and your comments. We will want to hear from Norway now.
Thank you, Chair. The war in Ukraine shows that shelters still are a relevant and important measure. On a more technical level, I believe there is potential for increased cooperation between our countries. During the Cold War, a lot of work was done on the civil side in our total defense concept in Norway, and we built shelters in new buildings up until 1998. From the end of the Second World War until 1998, owners of large buildings in large parts of Norway were required to build shelters. Private and non-governmental sector has therefore contributed to build and maintaining shelters in Norway, since there has been a requirement to build shelters in certain types of building in large parts of the countries, as also my Polish friend said. We still maintain existing shelters, but there has been no obligation to build new shelters after 1998. Today, about half of the Norwegian population has access to shelters. Owners of shelters are obligated to keep them in safe condition, as well as prepare them within 72 hours and then operate them in a war situation. My government plans to present a white paper to our parliament on total preparedness this fall. In the white paper, we will also propose new ambitions for the work with our civil protection measures, such as shelters. The Norwegian Directorate for Civil Protection has looked at how revitalize the work with protecting the citizen in a case of a military aggression, and are looking at whether we should reintroduce the requirement from before 1998 to build shelters in certain types of new buildings and in certain parts of the country. We think that's important. We are also looking at the possibility to introducing two types of shelters. The current time with full protection, such as air filtration, and one that protects against indirect fire or other threats, which we can call safe place. But shelters will also be important in future. My government has recently tasked our civil defense to increase their supervision with shelters in Norway and education of owners in maintenance and operation of shelters. The experience of the war in Ukraine indicates that future of civil protection concept cannot be based on an assumption that international law will be respected. We welcome further cooperation in developing our future civilian protection concept, also as a part of the NATO work on resilience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for making room for potential increased cooperation among countries and agreeing that it is important. And last but not least, we will now move to Sweden.
Yes, thank you very much. Great discussion. So in Sweden, we have about 65,000 bomb shelters, which covers about 70% of the population. So that's a pretty good number. As in several other countries, it's the property owner who both has a responsibility of owning and maintaining the bomb shelters, or their shelters. Recently, for the 2024 budget, we have allocated over 100 million crowns to the modernization of these shelters. As previous speakers have mentioned, old bomb shelters have good provide good support against conventional means of attack, but the air filters that protect against CBRN types of attacks need to be updated. So those are some of the kinds of things that we are spending on. In terms of the standards discussion, in Sweden we have a certain standard for basic requirements and equipment in our bomb shelter, and that standard is outlined in Swedish legislation. And the shelters have to be designed and equipped to withstand the effects of such weapons that can be assumed that would be used in war. And the shelters have their own ventilation systems to exclude toxic gases and radioactive dust. They also have to be equipped with water, heating, ventilation, and toilet facilities. Sweden, through the Swedish Civil Contingencies Agency, recently participated in a global standardization work on shelters. The aim of this initiative was to provide guidance and support to countries that are about to start developing their shelter system. And my understanding is this has been a very useful piece of work. In terms of the question of EU financing, we believe that a sound use of available financing for civil protection is important. There are competing needs, however, right? And in general, Sweden believes that any possible additional resources for civil protection should be geared towards measures that are most needed as a result of the security situation. It's also important to remember that different countries may have slightly different prioritized needs given the situation. Civil defense is, among other things, about getting different actors to work together to respond to a range of different threats. And that, of course, includes, as others have mentioned, both the private and non-governmental sectors. And in terms of the development of shelter systems, the private sector should, of course, be given the possibility to contribute where possible. And they actually participated in the standardization work on shelters that I just mentioned. And in general, when we talk more broadly about civil defense and civil preparedness, we involve private and non-governmental sectors in another area, namely security of supply. And we recently, or at the beginning of this government's term, we created a cross-sectoral business council, executive business council for total defense and crisis preparedness, which brings together a range of private sector industry groups and government ministers, the commander-in-chief, the Director General of the Civil Contingencies Agencies to discuss strategic issues related to civil defense, security of supply, and further private-public participation. So those are some of the things we're doing, both in terms of shelters and also a bit more broadly. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for sharing that involvement with the private sector, strategic issues related to civil defense. And because we have referred to the private sector so much, I think it's time we hear from the private sector. We have the president of the Lithuanian Real Estate Development Association with us, Mindaugas Statulevičius, and we want to give the floor to him. And yes, if you could use one of the microphones, that would be perfect.
Thank you. Thank you, dear colleagues. Thanks to the Ministry of Internal Affairs for organizing this useful event. From my side, I would like to add that business and NGOs were actively included into preparing national shelter defense system legislation, because this law is enacted just this year. I mean the special regulations for new buildings and existing buildings, what you have to do extra to provide shelters for civil residents. And today I was asked maybe to share some thoughts on how this can be improved, because as I've heard from all the countries' representatives that businesses are seen as the partner in expanding the shelter system in the country. So I'm sure that this is the same case in Lithuania. So first of all, I will not talk about financial aid, because using EU money and as for it was said, as for solar panel and energy efficiency systems, I would like to talk more about what can be done without using the financial incentives. So first of all, it's probably taxation. In Lithuania, we're talking that new construction, new developments are paying infrastructure and real estate taxes. So part of this taxation can be used to providing to build and expanding shelter systems. Of course, I don't see today, maybe there is some Lithuanian municipality representatives, but this is municipal taxes, so municipalities must be aware of that if the system could be introduced. But this is a straight way to incentivize the expansion of shelter system in the country. Other is non-financial. It's easing the requirements for projects by meaning, let's say, if you build shelter in the building, and most of these shelters will be in the basement. So for the buildings who have underground parking, building underground parking is very expensive for developers, and let's say, not including these square meters that are allocated for underground parking into the intensity requirements. This could also be an easy, some easing, and could help to expand shelter development, so that when developer builds a building, it's the shelter square meters are not calculated into the intensity requirements. Buildings that have more than one purpose. I like the Finnish colleague examples, and we're talking about this also in Lithuania, that in the locations where we don't have underground infrastructure, it's more in suburban areas where we still have quite intensive residential buildings, but no underground. So there could be maybe prepared some or introduced a system of special purpose buildings who have strength requirements for the buildings more than usual ones, but in the peaceful times they are used for such type of like pools or some community centers or shops or whatever. So this can also be a discussion question. Metro. So for Ukraine, as I was hearing the presentation, yes, Kiev has a big and other capital. Cities in the region have metro system. In Vilnius, in capital city, we don't have metro system. So there are talks, and there are, I know, some feasibility studies in the process to have a metro system introduced, underground transportation. So this could also be a big addition to the civil protection, also for storing of clean water, energy, fuel, and so on and so on. So it's also a question to work on for our national government and also municipality. And yeah, probably that's about it that I wanted to add. And maybe one point that also Ukrainian colleague mentioned, that NGOs and businesses are not keen on letting use of their premises for the protection. So I would like to say that in Lithuania we had a talk with our association members. We have 86 companies, biggest real estate owners and developers in the country. There was never a question that we will not let use the premises or the commercial building premises or the underground parking premises. It was just a question of how can we prepare better if this use was needed. So I'm hoping this will also be the case in Ukraine, and this will change. So thank you, and I remain open to questions if there would be some. Thanks.
Thank you. There will be a chance to ask questions after 2 more or 3 more interventions. Your immediate reactions will be welcome. I would like to now give the floor to the Vice Chancellor and the Head of National Crisis Management Center of the Chancellery of the Government of the Republic of Lithuania, Vilmantas Vetkauskas.
Thank you, Madam. Well, in crisis management and maybe in any other sector, when you have a challenge, there are usually 2 ways how to solve it. One is the quick solution, short term, Another is long-term with a strategy with different phases and so on. When we were addressing question for shelters, of course, mostly we apply a short-term solution, and we looked for the entities within the public sector, those infrastructure objects that could be used for shelters, for facilities, to host people, in order to, if we would face theoretically air assault. And I think more than 90% of all the objects that now are assigned as shelters and approved by Fire and Rescue Department is actually from the public sector. And I think that for the quick solution, I think we reached remarkable results in less than 2 years. But that's, once again, it's a short-term solution. It's only one phase, and it's also important how we distribute the network within our different municipalities. In Lithuania, we have 60 municipalities. If you look at the numbers, how those municipalities are prepared for shelters, the situation and the map is very, very different, to put it nicely. In some municipalities, we have 145%. I think that's top. How many people they can fit within the shelters that are already established. And the lowest number we have is only 6%. So there are many things, of course, that we need to do better. And I think one element which explains why it's such a situation is, I think, is the feel of public, how secure they feel. And if you look at the map I have in front of my eyes, the map of Lithuania and the municipalities, how they are reaching the objective of the state to have 50% in general, but if you look at the smaller cities, it's only 40%. The western part of Lithuania is covered the worst, because people there, they feel that it's the safest place. It's further from eastern border of Belarus and southern western border from Kaliningrad region. And I think that's I think the main explanatory argument why local governments are not too keen to follow the instructions and guidance that is being introduced by the government. And I think it's very important that the initiative from the local population is very, very important. I think it's instrumental to make local governments, and we cooperate together with local governments in order to establish those shelters and make them available for the public. So we use certain measures how we should, stimulate the process. Of course, it's the discussion is very important with the local administrations, but also we produce this map when we show for the public and for administrations how the different regions are doing. And I think this little competition, I think it's a solution to stimulate some regions that are a bit below the threshold, to stimulate them and to perform better. And I think it's very important that people understand that not the government provides all the support for the local population, but we have to do it together with the local population, and it has to be private initiatives as well. So we're looking forward to reach our objective, which, as I mentioned, is 50%. And of course, it's just the first phase when we talk about resilience as such. It's not just shelter, it's not just infrastructure as a building, but there are different elements, different phases. Food is important, electricity is important to provide for that shelters. Also, communications. So there are many steps ahead of us. But I think for this short-term solution, as I mentioned before, I think we reached quite remarkable results. Thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing that. We will hear from the advisor to the president, Tomas Godlauskas.
Thank you very much. It was very interesting to listen to all the speakers about the experience and practices we have in the different countries. But the common objective in all of them was actually the comprehensive effort, and I recognize that we do in Lithuania very similar. We have individual effort, we have a governmental effort, we hear a lot about the organizational business effort, legislative framework, which is very important to have the system. And when we talk about a system, it was mentioned a little bit about shelter is just the piece in the system. And I would say that in this system we have not just the people we should take care, but we also have very much connected effort from the defense perspective, how we will defend the area from the ground threats, how we will defend the area from the aerial threats. So this is also the part of the sheltering system, the same as the energetic networking, communication lines. All these also has to be taken into account when we think about the sheltering system. So I would say that this is like a comprehensive, total approach to the issue. And the last point, the new way, as I call it, and I would say that we will never be ready 100%. We will never be example of Ukraine show that just 10% was actually ready before the active war started, and we should be ready to adapt fastly. And what I like the most is that those innovative and adaptive solution. What was talked about a lot about the mobile sheltering, which was very interesting concept, or the shelter activities or the shelter buildings, what we can build actually fast. If we will have a time for little time for preparation, we should have those technological infrastructural solutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And lastly, before we open it up for the discussion again, let us hear from academia. We have lecturer at the Public Security Academy of Mykolas Romeris University, Artūras Petkus, and let's ask him how successful we are actually in Lithuania, how the public and private partnership is going on, and what are the examples of these countries that we have learned that we should be actually be learning from in Lithuania.
Thank you very much. Well, there is not much to say after all those discussions and interventions. However, a bit summarizing what's been said. First of all, yes, Lithuania does great, especially in terms of unifying approach to common solutions, and construction technical regulation or standard is the document which already was mentioned here, which allows to unify efforts of both governmental and private sector. So that's absolutely a good solution. Then I've got several ideas about achieving our goals. First of all, I think we should take efforts to change the mindset of the society. Now, when we are talking about shelters or dual-use premises, we are afraid that it's going to be expensive, costly, and so on and so on. Today, I cannot imagine any person who uses computer saying that I don't need firewall because it's expensive. I need no locks in my apartment because these are expensive. I need no fence around my house because it is expensive. And it's true, it is expensive. But it's common sense which says that police has their own responsibilities and they will protect to some level. And after that, I have to be responsible for my family, for my property, and so on and so on. So that's change in mindset allows to look at private persons who are owners of private houses and check if their sellers are applicable for that purpose. And it appears that in other countries, yeah, that's the case. That's how at least part of solution could be done. And then, what is quite important, I think we need support from the society for this effort. And in order to receive support from the society, we have to be clear with our population. In Lithuania, well, at the highest level, we've got 3 types of shelters. First of all is shelter like premises of school in which people can hide from certain disasters. Then we've got collective protection buildings which are dedicated for longer stay from more serious threats. And then we've got bomb shelters which are dedicated for continuous governance. So we have to communicate clearly that bombshells are dedicated for those who will continue working, continue conducting their state duties or municipality duties. Because a lot of people, they think that during the war, they will be placed somewhere in absolutely safe place and can wait there until the war ends up. So making it clear helps to maintain crisis when it arrives. So basically, thank you for your attention, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? If you want to raise your name plates and ask questions to any of the delegates or make comments, please feel free to do so. If there aren't any, we will possibly go to lunch. I'll just very quickly summarize. And while I do that, if you still come up with a question, do raise your hand and contribute. But basically, yes, thank you so much. I can see your nameplate. We're all ears.
Yeah, just some additional remarks based on the comments of Academy and some of others. One of the goals, what we have to do, not maybe just start the discussion if we should harmonize it in European level, but we start the discussions for creating the societal demand of this question, to raise the public awareness how they can, what they can do by themselves, and this is one of the opportunity where the societal demand can start and create the way that the various stakeholders start to establish additional sheltering places. So if somebody wants to buy a new house, the demand has to be that there has to be a shelter, otherwise I don't want to buy this house, and so on, so on. And if this societal demand has been created, then we can move on with this topic. So thank you.
Thanks a lot. Anyone else? Different levels of preparedness. Some countries could already cover up half of the population. For some, it is the ultimate primary first step, a goal. Conditions of shelters also vary. The Finnish example is a good one to follow in many regards, but there is potential for increased cooperation among other countries. A unified, harmonized EU system regarding shelter standards, communication about shelters may be needed. For example, general requirements for shelters on the EU level as well. Most countries, I would say, also agree on the EU funding, but priorities are to be considered, say some. A need of change in mindset was emphasized too, and private-public cooperation in terms of that. For example, the Lithuanian real estate developers said that not using underground parking premises was never a question, for example, in Lithuania, but better preparedness is needed. So better preparedness, as different sense of urgency comes from different countries, but we have had a chance to hear you all, and thank you so much for your contributions, your interventions. We will continue with the mass evacuation with cross-border dimension after lunch that will begin now, and we will come back here to this very venue at 2 p.m. sharp. So enjoy your lunch, and you've got over an hour. Enjoy the networking and the lunch as well. Thank you so very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I hope that you had a good lunch and are ready for the final session and also the final session afterwards. This is the session number 3, and then we'll have a wrap-up with a joint statement, hopefully, and with your final remarks. We will now talk about mass evacuation with cross-border dimension. And the questions that we attempt to raise are the following. What do you consider the main aspects to be taken into account when preparing for a possible mass cross-border evacuation? Would you see it useful to continue work at the technical level and develop guidelines, plans, algorithms for scenarios that do require mass cross-border evacuation? And if yes, should those actions be followed by joint civil protection exercises? So we hope to hear answers to either a few of these questions or all of these questions, again, by all of your delegations. And this time, let me begin with Estonia.
So first, I would give the floor to our Director General, and then general comments.
Yeah, thank you. And my first thank you goes to our colleagues in Latvia and Lithuania. We three together with the European Commission organized and pointed out this topic of cross-border evacuation. And the first part of it ended with the advisory mission of European Commission in the beginning of this summer. We haven't got so far the report, but I already heard that yesterday the first results of the report was introduced already among this auditorium. And this advisory mission and first feedback from this is will not give the final answers, definitely. But it's just the first thing that has been done on this dimension and in this topic. What I would like to point out is that when we think about the mass evacuation, we have to think through at least two big operations. It must cover two operations. One of them is how to support the state-organized evacuation procedures. So if we are working especially with vulnerable groups who need assistance, who need the support and who need the places where to go. This is one part. The other part is we have to take into account the population movement that is not maybe organized by the state or organized by rescue service or whoever, but we have to give the people the guidelines. We have to ensure what are the routes they can follow, and these routes, these contact points, these meeting points, everything, they have to be agreed between the countries, because we are not talking about just the evacuation and the population movement inside the country, but we expect that people will move cross-border and will move to the other countries. So we need to plan. We need to take into account also the cross-border refugees. One of the topics we need to think through is border procedures. If there is a plan to reinstate border controls at internal borders, then we need to agree what are the rules in the borders. If there is an order to prevent conscripts from leaving the country, or if there are certain rules who can leave the country. So all the border procedures also have to be worked through. And this is my first conclusion. Tuuli.
Yes, some comments more to add here is that, of course, this report that that Commission has been done, and it's very good that also Ukrainian experts were included in that mission, so we can take into account also Ukrainian experience. So there is. This is a very good roadmap for us, for Baltic states, but also broadly that how we can now make next steps to plan together, to share information, because this is like the vital step if there is a need for, we were talking about earlier about this, how to inform population. Of course, this is the task of each country, but there is a need for situational awareness between the member states, so we share the general picture when we talk about mass movements of people and also mass evacuation. And just one also proposal or to plan mass evacuation is that there is also maybe room for to cooperation with NATO, because there are some crisis management response measures. So maybe we can also look to that and make steps there too. So thank you.
Thank you for that proposal, room for cooperation with NATO. And since you thanked the advisory mission, Lithuania and Latvia, we will now go to Latvia to hear from the Minister.
Yes, thank you. I will give the floor to State Secretary. He has downloaded the last version of mass evacuation.
Thank you, dear Madam Ministers, colleagues. Before our evacuation after that meeting, great meeting to our capitals, coming back to the point of agenda, we know about very well our obligation to be in line with the 7 NATO baseline requirements, about that 6% of internal relocation of inhabitants. We, on national level, no doubts, have very clear responsibilities and chain of commands, who is responsible for roads, for evacuation, for all support. That's why do we need more. And we think that definitely yes, because of planning and thinking process, trying to agree on necessary and possible measures to avoid panic and lack of information. It was significant and important contribution of advisory mission in the Baltic states. It was mentioned many times here. Evaluating our national preparedness and planning, regional cooperation, readiness of population, informing medevac capacity and repatriation. At the same time, it was only 5 days of that mission, and it means that we have excellent roadmap for further planning. And one of our homework in the region is to define necessary needs and capabilities, which could be asked from European Civil Protection Mechanism. Many distinguished participants of that format stressed the importance to be ready to the most worst scenario. We know about development of air defense system in our states and creation of joint defense line in the Baltic. All those activities are about protection of our lands from the first centimeter. At the same time, we have to be ready for classical lockdown scenario in the region, and we have to make practical modeling with the main roads for mass evacuation needs: accommodation infrastructure, training, civil military protection, involvement of voluntary and NGO organizations. We have invited, as it was mentioned, our neighbors to participate in our wide NGO civil military training in September. And it was very usable advice from the mission to capitalize best national practice to regional level. And last one, of course, it's very important to use practical algorithms which were used in Ukraine, especially in the beginning of war. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We will be able to hear from Ukraine further on, but now let us move to Lithuania and hear from the Minister Bilotaitė.
Mass evacuation is a highly important matter and needs special attention, as we can see from Ukrainian experience. At the national level, in Lithuania, we focus on two main tasks. First is planning. We are developing the legal framework and the evacuation plans. Until now, each municipality in Lithuania had its individual evacuation plan. This means 60 separate plans. To address this, we have started working on a national evacuation plan. This is a complex and detailed process that involves many actors. We have estimated that at least 15% of the population would rely on transport provided by local government. Mainly the vulnerable groups, the elderly, families with children, and persons with disabilities. The second task is testing how whose paper plans work in practice. Every year, we conduct national civil protection exercises. They include scenarios where the population needs to be evacuated. Various states and municipal institutions, as well as NGOs, participate in these trainings, and I believe we will all agree that in this phase of military threats, we need to be ready not only for national but also for cross-border evacuations. Our main tasks remain the same: planning, legislating, and testing. Planning should cover all scenarios and include routes, responsible institution, contact points, and resources. We should involve the public, NGOs, businesses, international organizations, and the EU. And I am glad that 3 Baltic states have already taken important steps. Upon our invitation in May 2024, the EU advisory mission on mass evacuation took place in Riga, Tallinn, and Vilnius. And we believe the results of this mission will be an excellent basis for further work at the national, regional, and EU level. In this regard, I invite you to unite our efforts and work together for create effective evacuation plans and test them through joint exercises. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Again, the advisory mission was mentioned, so I understand there is the call for the mission to be extended, and that was a statement basically made by all the 3 Baltic states. And the Secretary of State at the Ministry of the Interior and Administration of Poland, Wiesław Lesnikiewicz.
Bardzo dziękuję.
Thank you very much. We're very curious of the results of the advisory mission. The General has mentioned several observations that you have placed most probably in the report document? Well, in 2022, when we experienced massive emigration from Ukraine, we didn't have cross-border evacuation plans in place. We had national evacuation plans that were not fully adjusted to the situation that we confronted. Hence, building on the component of Polish-Ukrainian experiences, the first thing that we noticed were huge problems with moving across the border zone, on the border crossing zones, because I remember the situations when females with children were not capable of reaching border crossing points. Those were such situations. I remember that they had to come back to Lviv to wait until the border crossing could allow them to move the huge population. Almost 3 million people were translocated through that. Another thing that was mentioned were contact points created on an ad hoc basis. First of all, to accommodate, accept and accommodate huge masses of people in sport halls, in schools, people who were coming to Poland in a brief period of time, and then to decentralize them across the country and then to other European states. Such are our experiences. And now, if it hadn't been for the huge support from NGOs that entered the activities in an uncoordinated way by providing videos, it would have been much more difficult. Hence, if we look at the transborder situation, and in preparing for that part, we first of all assume that the first most important component is the civil-military cooperation. It's the military that has to indicate the key components and the possibilities of possible evacuation routes, because we know what it will look like. The NATO troops will be moving, hence we have to create independent corridors to evacuate the population, and this is one of the key components. In the whole planning process, we pay attention to that the cooperation between civilian and military authorities is of pivotal importance, because it's the military that has to indicate the key corridors of warlike activities, because those areas have to be first of all evacuated. And if we prepare for the next process of getting ready for mass evacuation, including transborder, cross-border evacuation, because right now we're at the stage of advanced planning process. Of course, we are talking about the process of decentralizing people and accepting people, but the acceptance of people involves the fact that in those areas there will be increased demand for different services immediately, because we need to have increased supply of water, energy, food, medicines, and everything. And in the planning process, we also have to include those components to be sure that the evacuees will be appropriately provided for. And that's why, if we're talking about developing the personnel of civil protection, we're not just looking at rescue and medical services, but we're also looking at local services, because the local services will be people protected with civil protection marks. And of course, what the general has said, there is nothing saint in Ukraine, whether it's a hospital or a school, whatever. If there's any area of international legislation, we'd like to take advantage of that. And entities providing services, even entities that remove garbage, will be treated as civil protection entities. That's the legislative approach, because that level of protection for the citizens has to be ensured, especially if we evacuate people from different places. And I believe that the initiative that you have assumed of in terms of evacuation on transborder, of cross-border evacuation, is of key importance, because the experience we have in accommodating the citizens of Ukraine our population responded in a perfect way, in a non-systemic way. People opened their hearts and homes, but today I fear that the first wave of openness does not necessarily have to work for the next waves. Therefore, we have to be prepared to allocate people as part of cross-border displacements. Also, given the possible escalation between Russia and Ukraine and the possible further waves, we won't be able to expect the grassroots movement. Instead, we will have to provide conditions in systemic ways by also using different entities, including business entities, hotels, hostels, other facilities, accommodation facilities, but also in preparing boarding houses, for instance, as well as technical possibilities for evacuation. Of many countries have like ad hoc buildings, container buildings. An example of a container village was developed in Poland on a different occasion when they had to provide accommodation for a large number of workers to build a huge plant for one of business entities. A town made of containers was developed for 40,000 inhabitants, including fire service, medical facilities, police. And you can do it as long as you have companies prepared for that. You have to be prepared in technological terms. The building time, even yesterday I was talking about it, it took 3 weeks to build such a town or village. But the necessary thing was that the technological preparedness was in place, and you could just develop that, build it, and carry that out. These are our experiences from the time that we'll have to prepare yet again from the planning perspective and the preparedness of the state for the purposes of evacuation of our population or the acceptance of transborder evacuees. And I was talking to the minister that we will be happy to join the initiative between Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia to work as part of the advisory mission and to seek good solutions going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Just maybe 2 ideas that I would extract from your intervention would be the crucial cooperation between civilian and military authorities, and then the container village example, and the fact that you want to cooperate on an advisory mission with the Baltic states. That is great as well. Thank you so very much. We will move to hear from Ukraine, Mr. Demchuk.
Madam Minister, dear colleagues, dear friends, it's a great honor and great responsibility to be there. And I'm sorry, but I will talk Ukrainian because of my terrible English. So, шановні присутні.
Hello, dear colleagues. The mass movement of a significant number of Ukrainians as a result of Russian large-scale invasion has become an economic and humanitarian challenge, not only for Ukraine, but also for partner countries that hosted millions of people. And you have seen already here on the slide a couple of figures that colleagues already talked about. Let me not reiterate that, but let me say that that definitely turned into the biggest migration crisis, I guess, in the territory of European countries since World War II. Part of Ukrainians that moved to European countries have already come back. The other part has already been integrated into the European communities. But the migration process continues. It is not easy to say exactly how many Ukrainians we currently have outside of Ukraine, but according to the data, it is about 4.4 million of Ukrainian citizens that have their temporary protection status currently there. We can say that that number might be growing because of terrorist actions on behalf of Russia. Such massive evacuation efforts, they're critically important for the sake of population protection. Before the large-scale invasion, the local administrations, well, by the way, supported by the State Emergency Service of Ukraine, have planned these mass evacuation activities from the areas of potential warfare areas. But I have to admit that preliminary, preemptive evacuation because of potential fear and panic was not conducted. February 24, 2022, the martial law decree was issued, and the Cabinet of Ministers issued a decree about the special functioning of the unified civil protection system in Ukraine under the martial law. It outlined the tasks for national level authorities to perform evacuation measures of population from the warfare territories, and also to make decisions to evacuate when there is a risk for such a warfare to happen. Rapid changes in the warfare situation actually prevented the local authorities to make decisions according to the plans. Some evacuation plans did not happen and did not have any possibility, to happen. That led to a situation that local authorities could not handle the situation. They either did not conduct it in a proper way or could not coordinate it at all. And we can say that partially coordination and management with the local management was practically lost. Majority of population had to leave the dangerous territories using their own vehicles, their friends, or maybe volunteers' support was their only option. A bit later, the evacuation trains were used in a rather centralized way, and let me support the words of my dear Polish colleague, and let me say that the logistics component is critically important in the very beginning. No matter how many buses you have, no matter how vehicles you have at hand, if you do not have proper logistical pathways and they are not operational, it is so pivotally important to make sure that the civilian evacuation pathways do not cross with the military pathways because they move in different directions, of course, and their purpose is very different. Speaking of transit evacuation points, this is where the people were coming and they were being evacuated. The following was made at these transit points. The volunteers, together with the local people and state emergency service units, they would host the people coming with the evacuation trains. They were provided with food, water, hygiene kits, psychological support. In a safe place, you would see coordination headquarters to ensure the management of these evacuation activities. Sorry, give me a second. So, in the beginning of the military conflict, the aggressor managed to occupy significant territories, and we saw quite a number of population staying there, and people didn't want to stay in the occupied territories. So the other challenge popped up. We had to evacuate people from the occupied territories. So we have some experience of so-called humanitarian corridors, because the aggressor did not have much wish to let the people go out. Based on some additional efforts, and that was the responsibility of the Vice Prime Minister, by the way, the evacuation pathways, evacuation corridors were organized through a so-called control checkpoints that have been harmonized and coordinated with the let me say, sides, two different sides of the conflict. The emergency service units were also present there, and international colleagues and partners were involved, like the ICRC, for example, Red Cross Committee. Organization of evacuation for people who could not get evacuated on their own, or especially if we're talking about persons with disabilities, that could be organized with police officers, usually police units, and emergency rescue units. They would have usually the armored vehicle. They would all have to wear the armor protection, personal protection. Until now, we continue doing such type of evacuations in Donetsk, Kharkivska, and Kherson and Sumy Oblast. These are the areas where they currently have the active warfare going on. Here on the slide you can see some figures evacuated with such groups of special evacuation, including children. And during the coffee break, we have had a talk with some of you, dear colleagues, and we indicated that Russians are currently hunting for the rescue vehicles, for evacuation vehicles, as well as ambulances and first responders in general, I can say. It is also worth mentioning that the experience that we obtained during these evacuation activities has been implemented in the form of certain amendments to the regulations. I'm talking now about Civil Protection Code and some other bylaws. So we have specified the roles and responsibilities of the local authorities. We have clarified the ways how a response should be organized for mass evacuation situations. The staffs and headquarters responsible for that have been clarified with their roles and responsibilities. At the national level, we have a dedicated coordination center for that, and that one is responsible to coordinate and harmonize the activities of all the national level authorities whenever they talk about evacuation. So this is the one which is responsible to tackle with all the challenges as well as to provide information to people. Evacuation and life support has been, organized and provided to 2.8 million of internally displaced persons. And you can see that more than 100,000 of those are persons with disabilities. One of the key objectives of this coordination center is to really coordinate the decisions about mandatory evacuation of children from active warfare areas. This is how the algorithm of work looks like for this given intersectoral coordination center. Well, they call it headquarters, but anyway, I don't want to go deep into that, but let me add one thing. Mandatory evacuation of children was a highly debatable issue in Ukraine, but that actually saved many lives, I have to say. And the discussions were mostly about possible violation of constitution rights of the kids, of children. But that was a very complicated decision to be made, and the legal advisors, the whole legal department and component of the government had to work upon that very extensively. During the evacuation, of course, you pay most of your attention to evacuation of children. When we touch upon mandatory evacuation, it is performed by police units supported with state emergency service, and also there is always at least one parent or one caregiver. And here on the slide you can see some figures about children that have been evacuated from the active warfare areas. Here you can see international NGOs providing huge, absolutely huge support to Ukraine, and we are extremely grateful to the countries helping us with that, member states as well as international NGOs. Very extensive support is provided from Ukrainian Red Cross, the International Committee of Red Cross, the humanitarian mission of UNDP in Ukraine, the UNHCR, Proliska organization, Donbass SOS, Save Ukraine. These and many other organizations, they are very actively involved into these operations, saving Ukrainian lives. Thank you very much. Over from my side.
Thank you so much for sharing your experiences and for sharing some advice with us. As far as I understood, you were saying that at the very beginning, for everything not to fail, the logistics component is critical. And also, you talked about the mandatory evacuation of children, which was debatable, but then it saved many lives. So this is one of the aspects for us probably to consider as well. And we'll hear from some other countries that probably and hopefully and gladly do not have that fresh experience of mass evacuation recently, and that would be Finland.
Thank you. Again, ministers, friends, about mass evacuation with cross-border dimension. First, it was extremely interesting to hear about the concrete experiences of Ukraine and Poland regarding evacuations and some of the solutions that you have been made. And not to also forget the matters that you've seen that there is room for improvement. Extremely valuable information that I will personally make sure that we take back to Finland with us from here. Thanks for that. But for the question regarding mass evacuation, questions, they are very topical. In the beginning of this year, Ministry of the Interior published updated national guidelines to harmonize the planning and implementation of evacuations. These guidelines are intended for the authorities involved in the planning and implementation of evacuations. The guidelines focus on the relocation of the population under Emergency Powers Act. Finland also took part in the UCPM advisory mission on mass evacuation, and we look forward to the outcomes of the mission and the input it can provide to the discussion at EU level. Cross-border mass evacuations is an area that should be included in the future discussions regarding the Preparedness Union and the Union Preparedness Strategy, while bearing in mind that evacuations, including possible cross-border evacuations, are within the scope of national planning and preparedness. Actions at the EU level can provide an additional layer to national planning. We should consider what kind of support could be provided at EU level during evacuations, including in terms of resources of situational awareness. It would be beneficial to plan and finance exercises that consider cross-border evacuations. Finland emphasizes EU's role regarding the evacuation of patients, so medical evacuations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. EU's role regarding the evacuations of patients. Let's see if other countries would have anything to add to this. Let's now hear from Sweden, please.
Thank you very much. I also find it a very interesting discussion, particularly the very, very concrete and stark messages and images from our friends in Ukraine. So the EU Civil Protection Mechanism, through its task to help EU and non-EU countries to respond to emergencies such as natural disasters, health crisis, or conflict, has an important role to play in this area. Evacuation of population is a last resort, but essential if the persons concerned cannot remain safely where they are and cannot be relocated safely to another part of their state. And that goes without saying, I think. In this context, it is important to take into account that the EU legal framework is different as regards to different categories of persons that may be in the focus of a situation of evacuation in the EU. EU citizens clearly have intra-EU mobility rights and can move freely to another member state, while third country nationals are under other legal frameworks depending on their status. If evacuation and relocation arrangements are not already in place, ad hoc arrangements may be needed to communicate evacuation information, determine eligibility for evacuation, establish modes of evacuation, and negotiate with states of transit and other actors. Sweden finds it valuable to continue the work on developing guidelines and plans for scenarios that require mass cross-border evacuation. We particularly appreciate the initiative from the Baltic states of the advisory mission recently completed within the UCPM, which has been touched on today, which obviously we're all looking forward to the conclusions. Sweden was honored to participate in the mission, and we believe that the findings and lessons learned will be very valuable for many of us, and that more such endeavors should be carried out. We also believe that different types of exercises are important tools to test and further develop the guidelines and the plans that are being developed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sweden. Let's hear from Denmark.
Thank you. International cooperation and coordination are key in preparedness planning and in case of evacuations of citizens, often carried out under difficult circumstances in a complex and chaotic environment with limited assets and options available, which requires effective coordination between military and civilian entities. Denmark has currently a focus on preparedness, contingency planning, and handling of broader and long-lasting crises. This is mainly due to the situation in the Middle East. The combined efforts of the authorities must be coordinated, and it is thus of course essential that all relevant authorities are involved in all aspects of preparation and handling of evacuees. Moreover, there must be a close dialogue with the authorities in neighboring countries in relation to handling the specific situations. We look positively on common solution and initiatives in the EU, which can strengthen the framework of the national initiatives that have already been implemented in the individual countries. And I would like to pass the floor to Mr. Christensen, who is representative from the Danish National Police Crisis Management.
Thank you, Minister. Denmark has two recent experiences with receiving migrants and refugees. The migrant crisis from 2015 and when Ukrainians sought refuge after the Russian invasion. Our experience from those incidents are that for situations like that, it is important to prepare and have a whole of society approach, including both authorities and non-government sector. The preparations should be planned in an already existing framework, and the Danish cooperation in the existing crisis staff proved useful during the two mentioned experiences. In order to prepare and be able to look ahead, it is important to have a close dialogue with neighboring countries. And the information and updates from Frontex was very useful for us and for our risk analysis. We also pay attention to NATO and any work of civilian authorities potentially will be affected by NATO plans and operations. And as already mentioned here, there are baseline requirements for our abilities. About guidelines for plans and algorithms, any actions that can prepare us for mass evacuation will be useful and enable us to prepare and react. And as always, exercises and codes will strengthen preparedness and develop plans as an example on how to initiate and task the civilian protection protocol, or pool, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last but not least, let's hear from Norway.
Thank you. First, thanks to the host for bringing this important topic on the agenda. In our opinion, mass evacuation of population is a challenging measure, particularly in our northern part of the country due to geographical distance and conditions. Our experience are mostly related to peacetime condition and a refugee situation in 2015, when refugees came over the border crossing point at Storskog, our border to Russia. It's important to distinguish between wartime and peacetime evacuation, although there are many common aspects between the two. As the Polish representative said, in wartime there will be many military logistical challenges on how to bring military forces and material into an area and civil population out of harm's way. And regarding to this, military air defense system must therefore also be seen in this whole picture. We see some new opportunities for increased cooperation on wartime evacuation, now with Finland and Sweden as NATO members. We believe there is room for more cooperation in this area, particularly related to developing standardized and scalable capacities, development of plans and exercises. We see it useful to continue work at a technical level to ensure the reception apparatus is prepared and informed if parts of the country need to handle cross-border evacuation. We also believe it's important to work with regulation, especially on a European level, that contribute to easier mobility across countries during unwanted peacetime incidents and in exercises. However, any initiative to develop guidelines should be coordinated with already established NATO requirements for uncontrolled movements of people. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And for this view that the guidelines should go in line with NATO requirements as well, that was stressed one more time. And I think this is all in terms of delegations, but there are some other institutional and expert opinions that we would want to collect. And let me begin with the Ministry of Health of the Republic of Lithuania. Chancellor Jurgita Grebenkovienė is with us. We're all ears.
Thank you very much for giving the words. I would like to thank you for this discussion on the very important issue of mass evacuation. The government has assigned a mobilization task to the Minister of Health in cooperation with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to ensure the medical evacuation of the injured and wounded for treatment and rehabilitation in foreign medical facilities. This would be implemented when Lithuanian healthcare facilities are no longer able to provide healthcare to all the injured or sick population in need of treatment. Patient evacuation must be prepared for in advance in the same way as for the evacuation of the residents, as the process and logistics of patient evacuation and transport depend on the health status of the patients. Patient evacuation should be part of a mass evacuation of the population and planned together with it using the same dedicated resources. One of the main issues we are considering is to have agreements with medical facilities in other countries to receive our patients at a critical moment. Such agreements would allow planning which injuries and illnesses and what number of patients could be admitted in a given country, identifying contact persons and discussing the necessary procedures. Another important aspect is the planned process of evacuation of patients from a treatment facility to a treatment facility in another country. Logistics are more complex for bedridden patients who require special adapted transport and a medical escort. Having common evacuation procedures, hubs, transport, and responsible persons planned in advance would make the process of medical evacuation of patients much easier. Otherwise, the health sector would have to organize this process by itself. So in conclusion, I suggest that patient evacuation should be planned as a part of mass evacuation and that attention should be devoted to its planning. I agree that the evacuation process as a whole should be laid out by experts, which would then be discussed and agreed upon the countries. Meanwhile, the viability of the action plan should certainly be tested in a general drill. Thank you for the possibility to share our opinion.
Thank you so much. Just a quick follow-up. Finland has said that EU's role regarding the evacuation of patients would be crucial. Would you agree to that? If Finland has anything to react to Lithuania, that would be fine too, but I just wanted to ask the ministry if they see EU's role here as well.
Yes, that's right.
Yes, please.
Thank you. I don't remember stressing that the EU's role is crucial, but EU definitely can bring added value and especially the concrete topic would be in medical evacuations and financial issues mattering this topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With us, we have got Commissioner General of the Lithuanian Police, Mr. Renatas Požela. We will give him the floor.
Thank you very much. Dear ministers, dear participants, I'm happy to represent Lithuanian Police, the largest law enforcement authority of Lithuania in this important event. In the last 2 years, tremendous changes have occurred in Europe and the whole world. In this new reality, states and their authorities have to work together and cooperate even closer than ever before to tackle the multi-dimensional common threats. However, there is something even more important than that. Benjamin Franklin once said, by failing to prepare, you are preparing to fail. In the face of the possibility of further unprecedented aggression from our unpredictable eastern neighbor, this is especially true today. In this regard, we must be prepared to tackle a worst-case scenario, and today I will briefly present the measures taken by Lithuanian police in the field of preparation for mass evacuation of people in the event of war. My small remark, we significantly support Ukraine on the one hand, and on the other hand, we learned from it, and Ukraine's bloody lessons are always on our table, and we don't need to invent a new bicycle. It's invented. First of all, it is provided in the state mobilization plan of our country that in the event of mobilization, Lithuanian police shall ensure A. Safety and control of road traffic. B. Public safety and order, including the identification and neutralization of dangerous individuals acting against state values, strategic infrastructure and national sovereignty. In the event of mass evacuation of people, Lithuanian police would be in charge of two main tasks. First, ensuring safety on the roads, including regulation of traffic flows in order to avoid traffic congestion and prevent major incidents. This task could be extremely challenging since, in the case of war, people would move westwards with the high probability of heavy traffic congestion at the exits of the larger cities and in the Suwalki corridor on the border with Poland. Another challenge for us is to ensure smooth movement using the seaport and airports. We understand that the threat and consequences of panic and possible chaos. The second task would be ensure public order and safety during the evacuation process, as well as deconfliction, assisting priority vehicles, protection of civil infrastructure, and providing safety recommendations. To fulfill the mentioned tasks, Lithuanian police have been preparing 250 specially trained mobile police teams that would operate across the whole territory of the country on a 24/7 basis. Each team is to be composed of one vehicle, 3 police officers, and special equipment. Also, Lithuanian police has developed a special training program to train police officers to duly perform their duties during crisis or war situation. The training has already started this year. Another training program has been created for heads of police units and is aimed at improving their skills in tackling crowds and huge traffic flows in the event of evacuation. Lithuanian police has also developed and approved a special military equipment support standard, which would ensure appropriate life protection and special military equipments, guns, ammunitions, etc., for all my colleagues. Additionally, active continuous cooperation with other institutions within the Ministry of the Interior, Armed Forces, Rifle Union, and other non-governmental organizations is very important in developing a common approach, part of which is to implement an updatable annual cooperation plan and carry out joint exercises. The key idea is to be prepared for the worst case scenario and thus avoid a failure which we simply cannot afford. Thank you for your attention, and Slava Ukraini!
The police has listed the very specific tasks they would have to do during the mass evacuation, and I think the Riflemen's Union was mentioned. What can their role be? We have a commander of squadron of Lithuanian Riflemen's Union, Egidijus Papečkys, with us, and I would like to give you the floor.
Ministers, dear colleagues, I represent Lithuanian Riflemen Union. It's a volunteer organization, 105 years old. It's traditional for our region. And our organization already gained some experience in mass evacuation. Of course, we exercise. We are a part of plans of local and state institutions. But we gained experience during pandemic. We gained experience during refugee crisis on Belarus border. And actually we gained experience when we provided help and information for refugees from Ukraine from the very first day of war. And actually we have support from the other hand. We have support from Ministry of Interior, from Police and Border Guard Service, and we cover all Lithuania. It's a 16,000 strong organization. We are part of local community, and we work with in very close cooperation with the rest of non-government organizations. But the strong point of organization like Riflemen Union is we are big, and it's very important is sustainment. And such organizations, such big as Riflemen Union or Kaitselit in Estonia, we are able to provide support for police, border guard service, for our institutions for a long time, for months, years, as long as is necessary. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like to now refer to the point about the cooperation with NATO. That was mentioned by some of the speakers. Some of you have said that any regulation should go in line with NATO as well, and I think this is a good place for me to ask for a comment from academia, the Vice Rector for Studies and Research at General Jonas Žemaitis Military Academy of Lithuania, Dr. Mantas Bileišis. The floor is yours, if you would like to take it.
Yep, thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, a few ideas, so a short disclaimer. Although I am the Vice Rector, I'm here as a researcher in the capacity. I have historically got into trouble for speaking things in my kind of administrative position, so a few ideas. One important thing to begin with, I probably would focus on state-society relationships here, is that the idea, the imagination, right, and what's imaginable and unimaginable. So we in the defense community heard about the potential and possible Russian invasion for a while before February 2024. But I have to admit, I didn't believe, because that was not in my kind of frame of reference for imagination. You know, I thought, well, maybe that's something different. And many people were skeptical, and they were. But it happened. So now the imagination kind of has expanded. But as the representative of the municipality said, if you talk to average people here in EU and NATO, probably it's hard to assume that the majority of people have expanded their imagination to include NATO. I think that's an issue with public awareness. So that's one thing. We were caught off guard as a community, as an alliance. I think that it has to be, the communication has to be that aggression from Russia is to be assumed. And if it's to be assumed, also there were several comments that it's closely related to how the military situation will be developed if there will be a need for a trigger of mass evacuation. And here, I think also another aspect to look into is that in kind of NATO doctrinal thinking, there's two big types of war. One is war of attrition, and that's what's happening in Ukraine, and General Zaluzhny wrote a large paper on that and how to unlock the situation. And then there's a war of movement, and for sure NATO's position is that to avoid a war of attrition at all costs, because we are an alliance of democratic countries, and having a positional war which is high casualty is very difficult to maintain politically the cohesion of alliance. So the thing is that's to one side, that's the war part. But then if we look at our enemy, the enemy had the same idea. They also wanted to avoid the war of attrition. They wanted a war of maneuver, and there was the Battle of Kiev, which failed miserably. Ukraine won that battle. But then we have the example of Mariupol, where the war of movement did happen. And they locked the door on a population center close to the border, and then that was too late. So one thing to think about is that if we project that Russia will remain aggressive, they will for sure be looking into the lessons they are learning now in Ukraine, and they will want to go for a war of movement. So population centers close to the border, it's very difficult to think when to trigger the evacuation, so it's not panic-inducing. So that's one concern I think when planning we should, especially in the Baltic states, think about. Another thing is if that war of maneuver happens, then the famous Suwalki corridor is an issue. And so it's not only that we're thinking about evacuation to the south and west, but also the maritime dimension needs to be very prominent because it might not be possible to organize a mass evacuation. Another point is there's a flying phrase that usually we have in our imaginations that when we're called upon in a time of crisis, we'll act heroically, but experience says that instead of rising to the occasion, we usually fall to our training. So at the level of the individual citizen, I'm pretty sure that a member of the Riflemen's Union or a person from the Scouts or someone who does hiking, he can take matters into his own hands, be useful to his community, and help in any effort. So we need to also look at our populations as a source of competence and to see how they are part of the mobilization program. And here's one perhaps radical idea, is that most of the countries here represented have conscription systems. But in many instances within NATO planning, there's too many people to go around. Basically, the militaries very often don't think they need to train all of 18-year-olds or all of 19-year-olds to achieve their operational goals. Perhaps the national service could include the service in public health, in rescue, in police support, and that's where you can have a mobilization reserve for these large events. And finally, with regard to the importance of mass evacuation from the European Union and cross-border point of view. Russia uses Ukrainian citizens in Ukraine as hostages. And in case we lose part of a territory with population in that territory, these will be human shields. So we should have a position that they are not to become hostages. It is possible, in case of the Baltic states, that a large proportion of the population will find themselves outside the country. So there's also a dimension which is well researched, for example, in the case of evacuation around Fukushima, where people are distributed broadly, they have social problems, they cannot work and contribute. Therefore, there might be a place for consideration that you concentrate evacuated populations so as much social capital as possible is saved. They could start working, start contributing, and contribute to the continuation of the state extraterritorially. I think this could be the EU's contribution to deterrence, because then the enemy will know that only taking territory does not help with changing the EU's attitude towards Russia. So this kind of goes out of the equation, and that could be a factor of deterrence. So with that, I'd like to conclude. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your insights. And this is the moment where anyone who wishes to speak could raise the name plates, and then we would gladly listen to you. Could I then double check, Mr. Belasius, when you said that you had a radical idea, was that to do with mandatory conscription throughout Europe?
Yeah, correct. So again, a technical issue. So in our constitution here in Lithuania, and I talked to colleagues from the Ministry of Defense in Latvia this week, conscription is mandatory for males, but we have this idea of gender equality. So perhaps having a conscription for all, or a national service, which would be useful for all kinds of crisis and mobilization, is an idea. I know it's rather radical, but it's something perhaps worth considering, because it's not only the military that would need kind of able-bodied people to help out in a crisis.
Thank you. Are there any other interventions? Yes, please, Sweden.
Thank you. Just responding on the concept of national service or civilian conscription, that's something that we used to have in Sweden during the Cold War, and then we disbanded it at the arrival of the perpetual peace, and then we're now in the process of reestablishing national service civilian conscription, and initially in a few sectors, including rescue services. But then definitely we see it as a crucial way to create man and woman power. It'll be for both genders, obviously, to bring into both to help with all kinds of sectors, including some of the topics we've talked about today, to man bomb shelters or to help support mass evacuation. You're going to need these kinds of staff resources. So definitely that's something we're going to be doing. Yeah.
Thank you. Any final comments on mass evacuation? Suwałki corridor has been mentioned several times. Maybe Poland wants to say a word, but there is no obligation. Just if you want to raise your nameplate, and this is the chance for any final comments on mass evacuation, and we will start going towards conclusions, and then we will move to the final remarks and adoption of the joint statement bit. Yes, finally there is one more comment. We are all ears.
No właśnie komentarz o ten
Well, that's exactly a comment regarding the Suwałki corridor, but let me start with policing components. Let me thank you for this, because definitely the police is one of the key components in building mass evacuation processes, but not only, also the protection of the assets remaining, because everyone will take the risk of leaving their residence, provided that they are guaranteed of being able to return without being robbed. Of course, if you're in the second line of the front, it's a different thing. But if you take a look at the evacuation aspect in our Ukrainian experiences in the entire organization process, you have to take into account various aspects. In the Ukrainian situation, we had the first border zone per se. The border constituted a certain moment of letting people through and allowing them to reach the territory of Poland. Because the moment when, as mentioned by our Ukrainian colleagues, when certain bans were introduced on young males leaving Ukraine, that was the first component of the situation where you had to, well, that possibility was substantially curtailed, because of, obviously, I'm talking about the border crossings. Now, in the situation of our EU member states, it was mentioned that about how we'd be using, whether we'd be restoring, reinstating the border crossing system and reinstating the border services on those spots. This is actually one of the key questions to be considered. And determined that since we are in the EU, our borders have to be open in a crisis situation, in a situation of threat, because border points should only be used, in my opinion, to help send buses, vehicles, all sorts of means of transport, to basically enable them to route the masses of people. This should be one of the critical conclusions, because we know that border services are often reinstated in the case of critical situations. When we had the Olympic Games and so on, we acknowledge that, we understand that, but if we indeed have a conflict within the EU borders, in my opinion, there should be an element of openness behind this, because that's the reason we have the European Union, and that's why we have solidarity to be able to work in a full way. The Suwałki corridor is key from our point of view, from the point of view of adopting potential refugees. Hopefully this will never happen, and we are pursuing a policy to avoid the expansion of the conflict, but the risks mentioned before have to be factored in. Hence the communication between Poland and Lithuania, which is of pivotal importance, road infrastructure. Well, we can see it. We crossed the border yesterday. We can see it's being improved, and it will be the key component. Today we have very good transport routes from the Polish side, enabling us to deconcentrate people from that place and possibly move them further to the European Union. We can see that on the Ukrainian end, the work is underway. This will be of key importance when it comes to building transportation routes. Even on an ad hoc basis, there might be additionally added in the case of threat. On the Polish end, we will have to prepare the whole component, of contact points, or possibly direct people to specified spots in the Polish territory or to Germany, Denmark, or other EU member states. Hence, it goes without saying that this is the most important thing today, is to create good transport routes that will enable mass displacements of people among our countries. That's it from me. If needed, I may add something else from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that intervention. The Red Cross representative is raising the plate. That would be acting head of the Crisis and Emergency Management Department at the Lithuanian Red Cross, Vytautė.
Yes, thank you very much, dear Minister, dear guests. Thank you very much for this opportunity to participate and opportunity to speak. I will try to be short and I will take it in Lithuanian, if I may.
When we speak about mass evacuation and movement of people, both inside the country and externally, we think about the needs of people and meeting those needs. In this case, the pivotal role goes to the NGO sector and the largest humanitarian organization, Red Cross, that unites more than 97 million people around the world. Therefore, it is very important to include on all the levels and all the institutional levels, to include NGOs into response and evacuation plans, speak about concrete resources, tasks, about taking the reserve, funding of the reserve, storage of the reserve. People with disabilities, lonely people living in remote areas is a painful issue, as well as the issue of unattended children and people in hospitals. Therefore, I invite you to engage in working with our organization and also see the experience of Ukraine in that. This year, we have completed your evacuation ready project that took 3 years. We worked with the fire department, and during this project we trained our staff and volunteers not only on establishing evacuation centers, interim centers, and also the activities in the case of cross-border evacuation. Things that we faced, and I want to focus on, is that we have different regulations, customs systems, different licensing, long terms, and also licensing of our delegates. Therefore, I invite you to discuss these issues on the cross-border level and to have unified regulations on providing humanitarian aid. In the terms of military conflict, I think that humanitarian rules should not be forgotten. And on the national level, access to the Red Cross Committee should be considered, because the Red Cross Committee has a mandate to engage in any war zones and in any conflicts. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This is the final opportunity to make any final comments or any interventions. The President's Office.
Okay, thank you very much, the ministers, all participants. Just I would like to stress one point. We have been discussing about the necessity to have common approach to the question how we can inform our citizens, awareness raising or shelters. But I think that this question of evacuation must have, if not European approach, a regional approach, absolutely. Because we saw some figures about population movement in the Ukraine, and we all, I think, were affected by this movement and self-evacuation maybe. But it's very obvious that in the case of evacuation and the necessity to evacuate, it will be cross-border action, cross-border process, not national level event, I think. Because if you, for example, see in the territory of, for example, Baltic states, we all together are smaller than Ukraine. it means that the possibility to be relocated is very small. Other very important thing, for example, for Lithuania, that by land we have enough short place of land, and it's complicated place. We speak about the Suvalkų corridor, and the biggest border we have the sea, and we have to, how to say, to think about evacuation by different ways. And I think that other ways, for example, different from the landway, is more complicated, for example, by airplanes or by sea. I think that it requires more preparedness and more think about it, and not to think but have concrete plans, not national level plans, but I think regional or maybe European too. I would like to stress that in the evacuation question, we must, I think, think more broader and maybe have if not European but regional approach. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Let me very roughly conclude the session by saying that we have to prepare for any worst case scenario that was mentioned by several of the delegates. There is room for cooperation with NATO, and there are Ukrainian lessons, and the wheel doesn't need to be reinvented, as Mr. Pozhila said. And if we want to take the Ukrainian examples, several of which is that logistics component is critical in the beginning. Proper logistical pathways are of pivotal importance, and they should not cross with military pathways. Ukraine has done amendments to regulation, civil protection code, bylaws, coordination center was established, and there was a lot to be discussed about the mandatory evacuation of children, but then it saved many lives, as Ukraine has said. Close dialogue with neighboring countries is key. Preparation is key, as outlined by, for example, Denmark. Creating good transport routes between countries, as Poland has suggested, and many other ideas that have been stressed and emphasized. So thank you very, very much for all of your contributions, and thank you for that third session. And we will move to the final bit, where we will try to finalize and summarize everything that we have achieved here today, that we discussed here today. And then the adoption of the joint statement will happen as well. So let me now invite for a concluding word Minister of the Interior of Lithuania, Ms. Agnė Bilotaitė.
Dear colleagues, first of all, I want to thank all of you for gathering here today to address the growing challenges in civil protection. I'm grateful for your input and commitment to keep working together and finding common solutions. And I am confident that civil protection will remain at the top priority of our agendas. Today, we agreed that we must adapt our civil protection system to address military and hybrid attacks and threats. We also recognize that joint action, common and unified measures could improve our emergency preparedness and response. Developing public warning systems, shelter networks, and mass evacuation plans is crucial for our collective resilience and citizens' safety. And with this in mind, we stress the importance of European coordination and the need for new financial tools, increased funding at the EU level. Today's forum marks a new phase in the region's civil protections. Our joint statement reflects and shared determination to address current threats with a coordinated and comprehensive approach. As we leave this forum, allow me to wish your nations peace and prosperity, and for Ukraine a victory as soon as possible. We will continue standing by your side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, everybody, once again. And this is the time for any final concluding comments. We have mentioned the fire department at some point, and Director of the Fire and Rescue Department, Mr. Saulius Greičius, is with us to also contribute with a final remark.
Thank you. Dear ministers, ladies and gentlemen, we are strong when we are united. Unity and solidarity is a key, especially in crisis. And we appreciate cooperation with Latvia and Estonia and hope that other countries in the region will contribute their experience and insights. And of course, our big thank goes to Ukraine for unique lessons to be learned. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If you want to thank anybody or express any final comments, do raise your plate, and this is the chance to do it before we read out the joint statement. Yes, Sweden, please.
I just want to say thank you very much for an excellent set of discussions. I think this is a very useful format and a very useful concept way to exchange information. I was very, very pleased when I saw this invitation. I was very pleased my minister couldn't go, so I could go. No, small joke. He would have liked to go, but he wasn't able to. I also just want to say, in addition to all the excellent thoughts that were addressed today, we also touched on a few things that I think underpin mass evacuation, shelters, early warning, and that's this concept of societal resilience, or what we in Sweden call sort of the willingness to defend our countries, which I think is, without that, which Ukraine has shown so remarkably over the past few years, nothing else really matters or nothing else works. We can build all the most impressive systems in the world, but if the populations aren't willing to defend our democracies and our values, it doesn't work. And I think in all, we've seen in all our countries that willingness is pretty high, but it's something I think we need to continue working on. We can't take it for granted. So that's something I think, at least in Sweden, we think a lot about how we maintain our population's resilience in different ways. The other thought I had was, I think someone touched on cybersecurity and informational issues, and I think, when we talk about some of these more high-tech early warning systems, obviously, if we don't have cybersecurity, that threat landscape or that threat vector can become a real problem. So I think that's something we all, spend a lot of time thinking about how we manage our cybersecurity. And I know it wasn't the focus for today, but I think it's an important underpinning element. And also, we touched on some of the disinformation hybrid threats that also can cause a lot of damage. So, a lot of key themes here, and I think we look forward to continuing this discussion in various ways. So, thank you so much again for the invitation. Thanks for an excellent conversation.
Thank you very much, and thanks again to the host, which is basically Ms. Bilotaitė, the Minister of the Interior of Lithuania. Anyone else to make a final speech? Poland, yes, please.
I wanted to join in the thanks directed from Sweden to the organizers of today's meeting. Thank you very much, Madam Minister, and the entire team for a streamlined conduct of the process. It's been a very interesting discussion and many interesting lessons learned when it comes to the enhancement of the population situation, applying for new solutions and seeking new sources to support them and to build our society's resilience. I'm sure that there are still several important topics to be discussed going forward. The role of volunteers in the safety and security process, I'm sure we have to discuss them going forward. Thank you very much for this joint meeting and exchange of experiences, and may I join in what the previous speakers have said. Chwała Ukraini.
Yes, we also have another final comment. Thank you so much. We're all ears.
From Norway as well, on behalf of the Norwegian delegation, I will also say thank you. We are all in the same situation, and we all face the same, we all are standing in the same security situation. Many of us also have border to Russia. Therefore, we are in the same situation. Civil preparedness is extremely important. And when we talk about civil preparedness, it's important to see the whole of society perspective. And this meeting is a symbol of that. And I also hope that we could keep the good cooperation also, not only on a political level, but also at the director level to share experience, to develop us together. So thank you for this day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now the final word to Latvia.
Yes. I would like to say thank you to my colleague for this great opportunity to be here. Also from all of countries, we heard about different maybe experience. Of course, thank you from Ukraine's colleagues too. I think that we learn from you directly from battlefield this experience, unfortunately, of course, but anyway, and yes, we think that we have a lot to do forward. And it's a very good beginning, but I think that also Poland presidency next year, beginning in January, also put on the table, and we are ready to support you that this region is a special region during the war. I think I understand really that it's very difficult to persuade totally all Europe, but I think that we are growing from forum to forum. Yeah? Iceland joining us, and Denmark, and I think that this understanding of what is going on currently, this is a war. Yeah, this is a war, and interior ministers living in hybrid war. It's also is going on. That it's very important that we keep and are not alone, but we are speaking in one voice, and then we have this strengths and also opportunities. And I'm ready to. And ready to go forward. And yes, thank you again for this your contribution. And it's a tradition that we had one per year meeting here in Vilnius. I hope that next year also we will meet here in another forum. Thank you.
Thank you. Unless there is a final comment to be made, we will move to the joint statement. Ukraine wants to say a final word.
Dear Minister, dear colleagues, thank you very much indeed for having this opportunity to speak to you and to share our experiences. Probably this is a kind of experience that should not be needed for every one of you, but this is something that makes us learn on our mistakes, and that makes us share it with you, because this is critical for survival in this hybrid type of war. You're quite correct by saying that. We didn't touch upon many other threats, hybrid threats posed by Russia. We only touched upon 3 topics and 3 issues for today, which are, of course, very important. But let me also tell you that civil protection during war is not number 2, but that's priority number 1. The Ukrainian experience shows that based on the ratings and survey polls conducted among people, of course the armed forces would be top number 1, loved by the population, but the number 2 would be state emergency service. And that has become possible because of so many saved lives, because of working 24/7 for so many years, for clearing debris, recovering people from under rubble. We keep doing that, we continue doing that. This is because we have the wish for life and freedom. But I would also like to thank you for giving us the opportunity to continue doing that, to continue fighting, to continue protecting ourselves. This is something that we see, this is something that we feel, and the meetings, the events like today is something that we will need in the future. We're ready for this cooperation, we're ready to share our bitter experience or some positive best practices, or maybe we can even share some failures that you should not make. And the key to victory is learn quick and do not repeat mistakes. This is what you can see now from the line of contact. And I truly believe that it is only due to your support that we will be victorious, it will be quick, and it will be a joint victory. Thank you very much, colleagues, for being with us. Thank you very much for providing a chance to be here with you. And when the time comes, we will celebrate this victory together with you. Thank you.
Learn quick and do not repeat mistakes. That is the key lesson and key advice from Ukraine. And with that, we will move to the joint statement. I know that most of you, or all of you, should have the text with you, but because we're also watched online, I will take a few minutes to read it out, and then we will probably give it a big round of applause and consider it adopted. Regional Civil Protection Forum, the 6th of September 2024, Lithuania. We, the ministers and high-level representatives in charge of civil protection of Denmark, Estonia, Finland, Iceland, Latvia, Lithuania, Norway, Poland, Sweden, and Ukraine, gathered in a regional civil protection forum in Vilnius on the 6th of September 2024 to assess the current situation and common challenges in the field of civil protection and discuss possible ways forward. The threat landscape in Europe has become increasingly complex, with a growing number of risks posed by external actors. Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine has been ongoing for over 30 months. Additionally, Russia and Belarus continue orchestrating hybrid attacks targeting the EU member states and other neighboring countries. Instrumentalization of irregular migration, malicious cyber activities, disinformation campaigns, arsons, and acts of sabotage are aimed to destabilize our states, weaken the public trust in government institutions, and intimidate the population. In the current geopolitical context, civil protection has a key role to play, regardless of the origin of the threat. Our mission is clear: to protect the civilian population, safeguard property and environment. For a long time, civil protection has been focused mostly on peacetime emergencies. However, our current civil protection systems need to also take into account a new reality and be prepared to sustain and protect the population, also in case of a military aggression or a hybrid scenario. In addition to civil protection, civil defense considerations have risen to the top of the agenda. We underline the importance of an enhanced and coordinated European crisis preparedness, as well as a Union preparedness strategy encompassing an all-hazards and whole-of-society approach that should also be reflected in the upcoming discussions on how to mobilize funding for civil protection. We firmly believe that in order to address the current threats, further steps need to be taken both at national and the European levels. While recognizing civil protection as a national responsibility and the European Union supporting and complementary role, we underline the importance of common and coordinated actions of the states in our region and learning from each other, especially from Ukraine's experiences in facing Russia's ruthless attacks on civilians and civilian infrastructure. Furthermore, civil-military cooperation is increasingly topical in the civil protection and crisis management context due to the fast-evolving threat and risk landscape. Therefore, it is crucial to further strengthen the complementarity and cooperation between the EU and NATO and foster synergies between civil and military spheres, both on the EU and national level. Lessons learned from Ukraine will also provide valuable insights in this field. Risk identification and early warning improve the ability to mitigate the consequences of the crises. Therefore, we encourage the European Commission and the Council of the EU to work towards the EU-level risk assessment that would enable member and participating states of the Union Civil Protection Mechanism to form a shared understanding of the threat landscape and adjust civil protection measures in an informed manner. We reiterate our commitment to the implementation of the European Disaster Resilience Goals, including the goals Prepare and respond, which aim to increase the risk awareness and preparedness of the population and enhance the Union's civil protection response capacity. In this regard, we welcome the ongoing work at the EU level through Prepare EU and RescEU, and encourage the European Commission and the Council to further develop and operationalize the implementation of the goals by proposing concrete tools to improve the resilience of the EU. Achieving progress in civil protection necessitates a commitment to continuously ensure the necessary investments on all levels. In many of our countries, national funding for civil protection and civil defense has increased significantly in recent years, and it could be necessary to further increase it in the coming years. With this in mind, we stress the importance of a sound use of the available financing for civil protection. The EU financial support could be beneficial for civil protection measures in member and participating states of the Union Civil Protection Mechanism, including for the enhancement of response capacities, including RescEU, public warning systems, the promotion of awareness, the development of shelters, the support of preparedness action for cross-border mass evacuation, and other initiatives. We attach particular importance to national and regional level preparedness for mass evacuation with cross-border dimension, ensuring universal human rights and protection standards during evacuations. This includes ensuring safety, dignity, and well-being of all evacuees, with special attention to vulnerable groups such as children, older persons, and persons with disabilities. Therefore, we are committed to continue collaboration to prepare for possible scenarios requiring mass cross-border evacuation and to test the procedures through joint civil protection exercises. This joint statement reflects our shared determination for joint action in order to protect our populations and uphold the highest level of emergency preparedness and response across the region, as well as determination of Denmark, Estonia, Finland, Iceland, Latvia, Lithuania, Norway, Poland, and Sweden to continue supporting Ukraine as long as it takes. So I think we can consider the joint statement adopted. Thank you again very much for participating. Do enjoy your journeys back home and continue with the important work that you are doing. Thank you so much.